All right. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. It is episode 11 of Adventures from Amethil. Seems how we skipped last week, and we got a lot to go over. Let's go ahead and just jump into recap and jump into game. Who's doing the recap?
I'm able to do a completely unbiased recap.
All right. Let's hear the completely unbiased recap then.
uh, Starting session at the edge of the towering wilds. We look in a little bit and we notice off a distance is snow as thick as almost like a blizzard, is just engulfing the inner woods. So we start moving in, looking for this device that controls weather. Um, Thrain is taking charge and leading the group with Roderick to assist. And after a few minutes of walking, it actually does turn into a blizzard, and everyone's doing what they can to stay warm. Desmond's casting cantrips on himself. Um, Nell gets bundled up in Thrain's extra coat, then eventually takes out their sleeping equipment and bundles themselves up in that as well. Roderick, being somewhat north of Amethil, is used to cold weather, so he has some cold gear equipment, and Thrain is just at home here. Um, but Nell seems to be taking the cold the worst out of everyone. After a while, a few hours of walking, Thrain in the lead steps into a trap that suspends him about 12 feet off the ground. Uh, Roderick halts everyone. Everyone gets into like a defensive position, and Thrain lifts himself up, cuts him down, and falls on his ass for a single point of damage. Um, After recovering from that, Roderick notices a few more traps in the area. Everyone's a little extra cautious as we continue to move. A few more hours of travel, and the sun's going down. We decide that while we still have some visibility, we should make camp. So we dug out an area with a little bit of cover. People start to go and do some downtime activities. Roderick tries to work on his ammunition. Thrain does. He tends to the fire. Desmond tries to work on a weapon, and I think Nell is just focusing on staying warm.
Collected firewood, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Um, Everyone eventually makes it to sleep, and once we all awaken, the weather has gone from a cold blizzard into a hot, swampy, foggy feeling. Um, Everyone's just sweating as they wake up. So we pack up camp, move towards the collapsed caverns, and after a few more hours of travel, we make it to the base of the mountain. Roderick finds a old broken down cart, and as we're walking around inspecting stuff, Thrain casts his detect object, his find item, whatever he's doing to track this thing. And circling the base of the mountain, we find that it is actually in the inside of this mountain somewhere. So we walk around this place, look for any kind of entrances, um, on the walls, any pathways to the top of the mountain. And after doing a full circle around the area, we don't really spot anything. So we group up and eventually find a hole in the side of the mountain, but it's underwater in the pond nearby. So we all, one by one, make our way into this hole, into the inside of this mountain, in the order of Desmond, then Nell, then Roderick, then Thrain. As soon as Desmond gets in, he notices that the lights were just snuffed out recently. So he chooses to stay quiet and makes a message for the rest of the group to stay quiet, which some of the group pays attention to. Nell goes up, has a bit of a panic as they make their way through the cave or through the tunnel and are in this water by themselves in the dark. Soon after, Roderick pops up. They make their way to the land, and then Thrain pops up, and they all group up and start heading south right into the cave. After a little bit of noise that the group makes and some casting of light, Desmond feels like there's no immediate threat, so he rejoins the group and they all continue more southward into the cave. As they travel, Nell gets shot at and they walk in the direction of where the shot came from, eventually turning a corner, and a group of small half goblin, half human, possibly children and girls end up throwing a net over Nell, which they deflect it, and then a standoff happens where every one of these goblins has a bow and arrow drawn at Nell, and Nell is trying to talk and reason to the girls, trying to figure out if they know what this artifact is, where the parents are, and just trying to calm the situation. Eventually, Roderick and Thrain pull up beside Nell. Roderick at the ready with his guns, Thrain more at the defensive with his shield, in between these goblins and himself. And after a little bit of discussion, Nell feels that we can't really talk our way into getting this artifact, and we need to leave and come up with another plan and possibly talk to the person that hired us for this job. So Nell starts walking out, and as they pass Desmond, they see Desmond with an intent look to kill on these, like staring down these goblins. So as Desmond walks past Nell, they stop him and they have a little bit of a disagreement. Uh, as Nell walks away, though, a loud thunder crash goes off in the cave, and a storm starts to happen, and that makes Roderick almost like even more alert and at the ready with his guns. As Nell walked away, all these girls trained their bows to the other two. I think they were focused more on Thrain afterwards. Um, a little bit of a discussion happens between Nell and Desmond, and after a lot of disagreement, Desmond pulls out the tabard of the Eclipsean Order and burns it, saying that if we let these goblins live, we aren't protecting the people. And he starts to walk out of the cave. Thrain catches up with him and tells Desmond that he's not welcome back into the guild hall of the Eclipsean Order, and he's gonna make sure that Desmond does not step foot in it personally. And with everyone ushering Desmond out first, eventually we all make our way out of the cave, and that's how the session ended.
I am disappointed at how unbiased that was.
I left a lot out. A lot that didn't need to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Now give me my fucking inspiration. I'm gonna need
it.
I'll say a slight correction on what Brain said. Don't expect to be welcome back in Guild Hall.
Okay.
Not that Adam's keeping notes.
Not at all.
0%.
Then we'll pick it up right where we left off. So essentially, you were all you swam your way back out of this cave. So you had to go back through the little pond at the end, through the tight squeeze, and you're back out in the pond. And we could pick it up immediately there. So like everybody is now swimming out of the water back onto the land.
Desmond's gonna step out and start prestidigitating himself to dry and clean his gear.
About what time of day is it?
Right now it's probably like evening-ish.
Okay.
Brain will
Nels-
just get to land and take off some of his armor slowly so it can dry, but not take it all off at the same time.
Let's put some distance between them and us for a bit, and we'll make camp for the night while we figure out what the hell to do.
Agreed.
Roderick is like wide-eyed, still looking back and forth. He's like, "All right, what are we doing?"
Getting some distance between us and the caverns and making
Okay.
camp so we have more time to discuss.
All right, distance. Yep. Okay. Yep. Following you. Let's go.
Desmond will put a hand on Roderick's shoulder. That should wear off any second now. Don't worry.
Yep. Good. Great. Yep. Gotta warn a guy next time.
Next time you hand me crack, please tell me it's crack.
It should be wearing off as we start walking away. It only lasts like a minute.
Yeah, he's following. He's just blinking rapidly.
Maybe some residual effects from your first time doping out, but it should be gone.
By the way, you got any more? So you guys put some distance between you and the cave, and the sun is slowly starting to set as these giant trees just start eclipsing the sun. It gets dark very quick. So, after you put a decent pace between you guys, you could set up camp. So you don't have to try to navigate the wood in complete blackness.
What's the weather at the moment?
So the whole time that you're walking, the weather kind of changes from being rainy, snowy, and at the moment it's clear.
How many days walk was it within the storm?
Um, so total time from Barrel's Hope, it was about 2 days.
No, just in the eye of the storm.
About a day you walked.
Okay.
Are we walking back towards Barrel's Hope, or are we like cutting this mission and going to Arvos, or are we just walking in a random direction right now?
Um, as of right now, it was just a random direction to get a bit of space to just build a camp to regather thoughts and see if we can create a separate plan and move plan from there.
The wild wood cat are
Oh, you can hear Nori. Okay, let me
So-
try to adjust the gain because she kind of meows the whole time I'm in here.
Hey, you're fine. So we'll say you guys went south. So
So you walk until we can't really see anymore, and then just set up camp.
We'll find a good place to build a camp as if it was in the snowstorm so that we can try to build some form of a shelter in case in the night it becomes snowstorm. Because that's really the worst one to plan for.
okay. Sure. Feel free to let me know if you want to do nature or survival to try to figure out. Everybody go ahead and roll either nature or survival, your choice. We'll take an average. Well, I guess I'll say, so is everybody setting up camp near one another, or are we going to have, like, 2 separate camps going on? What's the game plan here?
Desmond's
I'm
gonna have his enclosed, like, actual tent camp thing that he sets up.
Okay.
I'm okay with being in the same vicinity.
Yeah, wasn't planning on ostracizing him.
Just yet.
Oof.
Hey,
That was
average.
Real fancy looking too, though.
So while Nell, Roderick, and Thrain struggle to really find a location that's decent that you'd be able to build like a lean-to in to prepare yourselves for whatever weather the area throws at you, Desmond has no problem with just running to like his own area slightly away from everybody and setting up his own personal tent. So I imagine it'd probably be something like you all kind of set up on this side. There'd be like a fire, and on the other side of the fire would be like where Desmond was set up. Like close enough that you're all together, but far enough away that you're still separate.
If that's what he decides to do, then sure.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm just going to turn in early.
Yeah, for most of the time after the camp is complete, Desmond will be sitting in front of the campfire and just making sure it never dies down.
Nell will make provisions for everyone, some form of food, but isn't going to really be too talkative at the moment.
Okay. Desmond, do you plan on keeping like watch for the whole night?
If anything, he's probably going to take first shift because he's not going to sleep early. Then kind of just If no one else is awake by the time Desmond goes to sleep, then he's gonna wake up Roderick.
Because Roderick seems least pissed. So once Thrain and Roderick had gone to bed, and it ended up just being Desmond and Alloway, they're just going to heave a heavy sigh and be like, I don't know, I just wanted to talk to you more privately without the others. Desmond, why do you think that we are any better than any other race? You seem like you were speaking poorly of that. Well, it really rubbed me the wrong way that you said that you'd think that I would be wiser about this than the human or the dwarf.
I can't say for Thrain, but for Roderick at least, you have already lived one of his lifetimes. I feel like knowledge of goblins should be common knowledge. Maybe not to the younger races, but to elves, if any, the longest living race.
Yes, what I know of goblins are that they're very tactical and resourceful. They're nimble, and
Cannibalistic,
that
evil, slaughter villages, capture men, women, children to eat, make slaves, or
you could say that about most any race. There are groups like that among all walks of life. You can't pin those kind of stereotypes down on them just because they're still tribal because of their gifts as a people leave them to not really need the modern accommodations that a lot of us use, and most of them prefer not to. One's race does not determine whether or not they are good or bad. Blood is just blood. It's not who you are.
when a race is born of a, what was it, a devil, a demon, that is pretty cut in stone.
They are fae, just like us. Goblin come from the Feywilds. Yes, many ended up falling under worshipping Glubliet formerly, but not all. And there are still got plenty of goblin in the Feywilds. They're not born of demons. Just like elves, they're from the Feywilds. And if being from the Feywilds in way back blood makes you evil, oh no, here I am.
You're not from the Feywilds.
I said in
No,
the
so more than me.
what? I couldn't
The,
hear you.
the, you're not from the Feywilds. No, so more than I am.
No, and just like no somewhere are they, and they weren't born of a demon. There are plenty of evil gods that get worshipped by many races. You can't categorize all by the actions of some. and I understand where you're coming from. But additionally, you were saying things like Roderick hasn't lived nearly as long as I, and you'd expect me to know better. But Roderick's lived longer than you. Didn't you say you're only 25?
Right. So how, if I know this, I can only applaud Roderick for being so alert in a time like that.
So I think what you're missing is that I was alert, but what I saw was a bunch of scared children, and I did everything I could to calm them down so that we could figure things out. And it was clear that we weren't going to be able to figure out right then, which is why we need to regroup and get out of there. Because they were still very afraid, and children tend to do rash things. I know that you just saw that they were part goblin, and that's what made you think that they should be extinguished. Um, but I suppose what I'm asking you to see is that they are also part human, if that helps you.
That is why I hesitated and went with the party's overall motives for that. I cannot shake my prejudice over a monstrous race like a goblin, but if the half-breeds are redeemable, are more civilized as I seen, maybe my people were wrong.
Clearly, the material plane doesn't operate exactly the way that they would have led you to believe.
You just seem to have different opinions than your people, though, of Durian.
Yes, I have different opinions than those of Hireborn. You saw where I took you all to eat, Mirians. I am not a highborn lady by any stretch of the imagination.
Did your family do something that caused this?
No, we're just poor. We fell on hard times after the war when my father died, and my mom did all she could to being a single mother. It's not easy to continue when you're in the thralls of depression in a world where everybody's trying to rebuild, and anybody who already had money is doing what they can to scrape up even more and keep it away from those who are in need. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just not that lucky.
Huh. That wasn't the main point I was making, though. The people of Durian sent a platoon to eradicate those goblins.
Yes, there are many people who have prejudice against all kinds. I suppose I'm just more hopeful and open minded because I have communicated with many that others would deem lowly races or monstrous, as I am poor and it is unfortunately much more difficult for them to find good jobs, anything to help their kinds build themselves up. So I have a lot of friends who are not as well accepted.
You say you're hopeful, but Thrain was injured due to a goblin trap before we even knew what we were getting into. And Roderick even said that those traps were set as an ambush, not for catching wildlife for food.
Yes, I understand that look out. But also, as we continued to move closer, it was pretty fairly regular when we got closer again that there was another layer until we got to their home, which was pretty well sealed off. Don't you think those were sort of defense measures because people see them as a monstrous race and send bandwagons to eradicate them?
I would like to have that kind of optimism. But I've seen races snap in an instant. And if I chose to give those people the benefit of the doubt in that moment, people I know and loved would be dead.
I can see that, and I understand that. I just took what I was observing, what I was hearing, what I was seeing, and who was facing me, and I made my judgment from there. If we were ambushed instantly, it's not like I would have been like, no, don't touch them. I would have been defending you all with my life. I would have been doing everything in my power to keep them away from you. But it's not that simple that you can just take a look and fire. It's there's a lot of thought that needs to be taken when you are going to weigh in if you're going to take a life or not. At least that's the way I see it. I wouldn't want to be slaughtered because people just looked at me different. After all, it's not like I don't walk around with a giant birthmark down my entire body that some people see as a stain. People look at me different too.
I very concerned about those people's future.
Watch your tongue. You know my vows. Do not threaten.
I personally am not threatening anyone. I worked myself to exhaustion in Durian to help as many people as I can. I continuously put myself on the line here.
I know. I appreciate that. I'm just. If I were to have the same thoughts as you do, where I saw an entire race as something that should be eradicated and as dangerous, considering all I believe in, would you not think that when you showed your race that I would have turned and fought. My entire training for years has been everything in my power to keep extraplaners from taking us, from fighting and killing the innocent, and we've had all sorts of horrible things happen. And to see someone from the Shadowfell suddenly here, who I thought was my friend, if you don't think there wasn't a split second when my brain told me to do something awful, you're wrong.
Desmond kind of like positions himself facing Nell and removes his masks. But you're of my blood.
I mean, I don't even know how far back within my blood the shadow mark goes. I don't know where the Shatter Kai in my ancestry is. And I have no idea whether that was sought from love or something else. There are bad people in every race. Who's to say where the shadow mark started?
You see the Shatter Kai as a invasive race at the moment. Even though your ancestors hail from our kingdom.
But my home is the material plane. And I'm going to protect it tooth and nail, regardless of where my blood comes from. And I'm just nervous as to what's going to happen when they arrive. Our connection makes it very difficult to know what I will do when this all happens. Because I would love everyone to just integrate and have no issues whatsoever, but I know that's probably not what's going to happen.
If the outcome worries you so much, then I need you to assist me in reaching my goal. I know because of this abyss kissed nonsense that we are tied together. But as I told you when I first revealed my race, we are a lot more alike than you know. I want nothing for this to be as seamless as possible.
And I will
But
continue to do that.
me taking my time and scouring this land is causing more of my people to transform and makes the people of power back in my home more and more irrational.
I know. And that's why I'm willing to work with you. But what I'm trying to get you to understand that is if those in power come here seeking to overtake in a not so peaceful manner. I won't be doing anything to side with them.
There is only one other that is more in power than me.
Yes, I know, Prince.
So those in power would be me.
But that doesn't mean your father couldn't do something.
My father has a lot on his shoulders.
I understand. Good night, Desmond. Nell's just going to get up and go to their bedroll and go to sleep at this point. They don't know what else to say, and it's just going to result in eventually raised voices.
And does Desmond kind of sit there and ponder longer, or is Desmond gonna go to sleep as well, or get Roderick first?
Desmond's gonna sit there for like an hour with his mask just in his hands, staring at it. Then, after about an hour, he'll wake up Roderick.
And for that hour, what would you say? What would you say Desmond's doing? Is he kind of just like staring into the fire? Or is he staring at this? Well, probably pretty hard to see the sky with the canopy above, but
Um, partial time, he's staring at his mask, looking at his reflection, staring into the fire. Then, for a while, he just closes his eyes and feels the world.
do me a favor and give me a perception check at disadvantage, please.
Equally bad.
Yikes.
So at one point, while you're just sitting here contemplating everything, you think you hear a sound over your right shoulder. You turn to look, and there's nothing there. And then you just continue on with sort of mulling over everything. And then after the hour, you wake up Roderick, and for the rest of the night, there are no incidents and nothing happens. And then, in the morning, everyone wakes up and gets to face each other after kind of calming their heads a little bit.
Which is why Thrain went to bed and didn't say anything.
He needed a breather.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's figure out what to do about this relic. We've got a few options. We can figure out how to properly communicate with the parents of the goblin children, as they're obviously going to be the ones who have final say on whether or not this artifact goes or stays. We can say, never mind, and ignore this, knowing full well that those at Barrel's Hope will more than likely end up sending another group of adventurers to try to seek it out. Or we can go to Barrel's Hope and tell them everything and hope that they're going to be good about this and not come after these girls.
I don't think options 2 or 3 are doable.
I don't think I could do either of them with the best of consciences. So, things we know about goblins are that they respect strength and whoever is the strongest. Perhaps one of us could ask for a a duel to yield, no death. And once we win, which I'm sure we would, they would see reason because we would gain automatic respect from that. And that's the only thing I can think of so far.
All right. So Nell goes in and punches her way to victory. All right. Let's go.
If needed, I could also take on the duel.
And this is also assuming that these half goblin operate on that form of leadership.
One thing's for certain, they operate on fear, and they were afraid of someone, whether it's a parent or whoever came in and conquered whoever was in charge before that.
I believe it might have been apparent that they were trying to look off to the side too and waiting for some form of orders from, as they didn't seem like they were afraid of them, just us.
What's the weather like?
Right now it's clear.
I mean, I don't know how the rest of your peoples do things. The human villages, like, if there's a threat coming into our home, we don't send our children first to do all the talking and negotiating and all that for us.
Oh, yes, I understand that.
That's kind of what leads me to think maybe this isn't some protective parental figure. I mean, it could be. I mean, I've seen some. My
I don't know.
parents were shit. Could be that case. Who knows?
Who really knows? All right, so this is an option to go on. I really wish they would have just sent out a parent to talk to us immediately. It would have made things so much easier.
All right, now you go in there. You use diplomacy and peace, and then afterwards, we can figure out what's what. Talk it out. Tell them we're taking the artifact. Make sure they're cool with it. Otherwise, they can go round two.
The other thought is communicating with them that we do have an employer, and that if we choose not to act upon this, we can certainly guarantee more will come. And if they're willing to give it up peacefully from there, for perhaps we can work out some sort of a negotiation with them.
You said that Durian sent what was it? Party out here of guards.
Yes, remember the wagon we saw overturned with the empty blast powder barrels?
Yeah.
It had a Durian flag pinned under it. I'm
Do
going
we
to
know?
assume that that's what sealed off the caverns to begin with.
Do we know if there were more? If what happened to them, or how many there were of them to start? Because or how strong the guards were.
Clifford?
You can give me a history roll now and see how much of the story you remember from 50 plus years ago.
I was very interested at the time.
Yeah, so it was a fleet of 7 that was sent out. And from what you were told about the story, they were sent to destroy the cavern and its inhabitants. That's all you really know about about the mission of it, but it was something that you remember being edicted by the Church of Durian.
So it was a mission sent out by the Church of Durian itself. It was a group of 7, and they were sent to destroy the caverns and its inhabitants. That's really all I remember.
Okay. Because who knows what took them out? Because you said they didn't return. The wagon's still there. Who knows what took them out? And that was how long ago?
About 50 years ago, which is about a goblin lifespan.
But those weren't full goblins.
No, those were half goblins, and they were kids. So, is there a chance there's an elder there that would have been there? Yeah. But who knows? Humans live to be like what? 80-ish?
More or less.
More or less. Goblins live to be 50, 60-ish. So anyone that was there, if they were half goblin, probably are very old and probably weren't really doing the fighting if it was 50 years ago. They could either have just barely have been fighting or a child.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I'm leading a bunch of little goblin kids, and the last time we had visitors, they tried to destroy our home, I would probably be on the defensive and especially be quite cocky, regardless of my age, because I have an artifact that can control weather, whether it's outside, inside, over great distances, potentially very precisely, like, precise lightning strikes or something. Who knows? We're not going to know until we go back in there. But leaving is not really an option. We kind of have to get this done, because I want to stop being stalked and written on and dreaming about big demon ladies. And yeah.
Are you sure about that? I think you might enjoy dreaming of big demon ladies. I'm sorry, not that big demon lady, you're right.
All right. So is this where we're going with, or?
Back in, I guess.
How many kid deaths are acceptable?
Can we at least try to be knocking everyone out instead of killing?
You see Desmond look over his shoulder at the rest of the group talking when that's what he said.
Desmond puts down his breakfast rations killing them?
I will do my best to incapacitate them as before.
Please.
Hey, you're throwing jokes. I can throw jokes too.
I know. And I can ask nicely.
Being that we're not going to be traveling in I'd rather not let this go untalked about. I feel like we should address what Desmond did as right before we walked out. Now,
Desmond like places his plate down and turns to the rest of the group.
do you need convincing to answer me fully, or should I use some external help?
Desmond and I did quite a lot of talking last night while you two began your rests.
That's
Things did boil down much more peacefully, so definitely just speak what bothered you most directly, and we'll work from there.
Desmond like leans forward onto his knees. I'll answer questions.
okay. You guys don't know much about my family, what I was raised on, my values. But one thing that you all know is how many people died for that tabard, who died for that tabard, what it stands for. Just because you didn't get your way does not mean you could just burn it. I don't care if it was just out of anger, but to me, that was like you attacked my family. You attack my family, we have bigger problems than you realize. And I need an explanation now.
If the morals that the Eclipsean Order stand by results in the people of this land being put at risk, then I want no association with this organization. But not knowing your ties, your family's ties to this group, I did overreact in the moment, and Desmond's gonna step up and walk over to Thrain.
Don't approach me. And you'll see eyes just go cold. Colder than you've ever seen.
Cold as a mountain.
How would you feel if I did the same thing to your family crest?
I understand the anger you're feeling. And Desmond will stop in his tracks when you say that. And he removes his mask, removes his gloves, removes his coat, and drops down on his knees, places his hands and face in the ground. I never meant any disrespect to the Ironforge name, anyone in your family. Do with me what you will, and I promise I will make this up to you.
It's not about my name. It's not about my blood family. I haven't seen my family months, almost a year. And like I said, I would love to get back there. But this is my family now. You personally know who has died wearing this tabard. Because you died wearing this tabard. Alarion died. You know what this order stands for. You knew we aren't murderers based on our opinions. We are an unbiased peacekeepers. We don't go around killing people, no matter what they did. We try to prevent disagreements. And if you just want to go around killing people because of their certain race, maybe you should have thought of that before you joined.
Desmond still keeping his face into the ground. I was let into the order on recommendations. I did not earn my way in like the rest of you. And maybe those who recommended me made a poor choice.
Do you disagree with anything I've said? And please stand up and look at me when you talk to me.
He would just like lift his head but stay on his knees. You hold more truth in your words than anyone I've spoken to at the order.
I just don't get you. Did you not know what you were agreeing to when you joined? I understand you were recommended. Did you not know anything about our values? Have you not learned any of our values?
I have been on this plane for 5 months. I know I agree with your values, but those
Obviously not.
seem not to translate well to where I was raised. Where I'm from, just because you know how to speak the same language everyone else does not mean that you are safe. There are creatures that lure you in with speech. Protecting the people means anything that is classified as dangerous or monstrous. It means to kill on sight, otherwise risk them luring someone else in.
Okay. Using your words, did we lure anyone, or did they lure us into that cavern?
They
Have they
didn't.
lured anyone that you've heard of, any stories, into that cavern? No. We went in there to steal something that they have.
People go missing about 50 years ago, and now a new race of goblins appears. I don't know if that means that these people were taken and used, but my people need to assume the worst in order to stay safe. So when I seen a half race, I assumed the worst.
Can I assume that you're going to think that with every half race, you're going to assume the worst of that race? Regardless of what the race is?
I'm still trying to figure out how things in this world works. I didn't know so many can be reasoned with. I just didn't know.
Okay. I Your explanation is enough for now. But the level of trust that we had before has been destroyed. And it might take years for me to even start to trust you again.
I understand.
And Brain will just walk away to cool off.
So,
Is there anything you wish to discuss, Roderick, or are you all right?
well, it's kind of a hard one to follow, huh? Whew. Okay, look, I'm just gonna, I see where everybody's coming from. Seem like you want to, you're coming off as like, a whole changed person after one conversation with Nell. Nell, you're good, but I don't think you're that good. Like,
I understand.
it's too much of a turnaround too quick. As Thrain said, this is going to take some time to kind of earn that trust back, because the way one can only assume that the life lessons that you have been carrying and holding as truth so far are kind of indicative of what you have learned back where you're from and representative of your people who that you have sprung on us all want to come here. And if they all come here with that whole mindset, they're not going to care what any of us say. They're going to have their mind set, and that also sounds bad for us. Uh, ugh. So, I don't know. I don't like this idea of them coming here just yet until at least I learn some more. But if I'm going to be completely honest with you here, it seems like potentially, not saying this is what it is, but it could be that you're just telling us what we need to hear so that you can get us back on your side, so you can get to that end goal that you, I'm sure, is kept in mind. And I think the order was initially that means to the end. Now it's just us. And as we're some of us, this is all the family that we have left. You have a whole family and civilization and everything waiting on you, and you're just waiting to open that door back up for them. Again, does not sound good. So I'm not saying like I don't trust you or anything. I'm just saying there's been a lot that has been brought into question based on your actions and your words. Okay, maybe I am saying that. Okay, I'm saying it's a rough road to traverse. Uh, Nell, help me out here.
It's going to be a bit before common ground is found. Desmond has expressed that he realizes now that it is different on the material plane than he originally thought and was originally taught. It seems as though he trusts our judgment to help him learn more about us and our home. And you are right to be cautious. We all are. We've been hurt. It takes time to heal. And we are all perfectly. Everybody has their rights to their feelings. And if you don't feel as comfortable as you previously were, that's understandable. Just know that Desmond's trying.
Yeah, cool. All right, so if you are legitimately trying to learn from us lesser species and all that, and you are really open to learn, cool. And I hope that you are the person I thought I knew. On the other hand, if you turn out at any point to be the person that you have kind of made us doubt and think that you might be in, still wearing a mask when you're not, a metaphorical mask. Is metaphor the right word? Yes, metaphor. Yes. Then I will have to do what I have to do to stop that from happening and protect my home and my people. Like, you don't have to take that as a threat or anything. It's just letting you know where I stand, Now, if I die in the middle of the night, it wasn't suicide. So yeah, cool. I mean, is that understandable? You seeing where I'm coming from?
That's understandable, yes.
All right. Are you just saying that, or are you actually okay? It's Joe trying to lighten the mood. Yeah. Oh boy. How about some eggs? Anybody for some eggs? I can really go for some eggs.
You gonna find some?
Just hoping somebody, maybe Thrain has some. I'm gonna go check on Thrain. And then he just walks off.
You having fun over there, Cliff?
I'm good.
It's been a nice, easy session for you, eh?
This is a rough one for me.
Everybody's just here like, okay, let's roast Desmond. It's like, well, you created a problematic character, buddy. I don't know what you expected to happen. We are all going to be chill with it? No?
Now I'm gonna have to phone in as Quillwise and drop a freestyle.
Desmond, you little bitch. Just click these out. That's the whole thing.
I understand.
You're right.
Desmond, like, still just on his knees, like, with his head slumped, like, looks up at Nell, being the last one there. I'm so confused.
They rest their hand on his shoulder. I'm sure there's a lot that's happened in actions and words and ways you didn't even realize were happening. I'm still here as your friend through it all. Disagreements or not.
Like, slowly stands up and gathers his gear.
Sorry, Megan's having a hard time being serious right now. Nell is not laughing. Megan's just don't know what to do. Ha! I'm that kind of person where there's an awkward silence after some people have fought, and I just start chuckling under my breath, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna cause more problems because I laugh when I don't know what to do.
That's gonna be real trouble because I enjoy keeping it silent when there's awkward moments, just because it lets that awkwardness feel even heavier.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, if somebody were to, like, have a big, serious argument, like, in front of me, like, anytime my mom and brother just went at it screaming, and then they both just went silent and were on different ends of the room, I'd be there, like, trying my best not to laugh, because my brain's like, I don't know what to do now, and I'm stressed. What should I do? Hee hee. It's not just any awkward silence that makes me laugh. Listen, all I'm saying is that I'm the kind of guy to laugh at a funeral. If you can't understand what I mean, you soon will.
No. What's the opposite of inspiration? I'm giving Megan that.
Disadvantage on my next roll?
That's not strong enough.
Disadvantage on when Cliff decides it.
Right.
I mean, you can already do that.
Just gonna.
Disadvantage because fuck you.
Yeah, just re-roll that. Just re-roll that.
Yeah,
So
that
it
was
could
too
be
good.
just,
Reroll
yeah.
Just for you, for no reason. The DC on this is 31. I can't roll that high. Good.
Shame.
DC 100. Here's
Anything
what it
lower
is.
fail.
Shit.
DC 100 at disadvantage.
There you go.
Dang.
All right, so you all, after tensions settle a little bit, I assume start breaking down camp and getting ready. And as you're it's starting to break down camp, it just starts pouring. Just
Well, at least we don't have to worry about putting out the campfire.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just trying to find
Let me,
good in this annoyance.
I'm gonna still run my Warhammer through it, making sure it's fully smothered.
And then we begin our march back to the caverns.
That really works out for us.
that could be good.
Fucking show up in those caverns as a goblin. Oh my god, I could make a cameo as Sammy!
Hey there, fellow goblins. Don't mind me. Just taking this little thing here.
Oh. It's not 10 o'clock yet.
Yeah, let's say it's early. They gotta have something set up on their modem to do this or something. That's weird.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go get some ice cream then.
Yeah. I guess I'll go get some water. So I'll be right back.
So, here's the list of spells I had prepared to use, if it went that way. Command, Hold Person, and Zone of Truth.
Oh, Zone of Truth could have been good.
You might still see Zone of Truth.
Although, hold on, let me check something.
The Zone of Truth, I believe, is charisma save. Yes.
So I have an advantage on anything that is considered like charmed.
Is that considered a charm?
I'm not sure.
Create a magical zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot radius. Sphere centered on a point of your choosing range. Until the spell ends, a creature that enters a spell's area for the first time or starts its turn there must make a charisma save. On a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails in the saving throw. The unaffected creature is aware of the spell and thus can avoid answering questions to which you normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of its truth.
Yeah, so I think that one might not really warrant that ability.
Wow, they're still out.
Yeah, that one's a little long. Oh, there's a message.
Uh-oh.
This is why I keep a freezer in my room.
So you
my
have
office.
ice cream?
So I can have a whole tub of ice cream.
Are you stress eating right now? Got that intense RP out? You're like, all right, ice cream time.
Honestly, that helped with the whole stress of this week.
Just laying into someone.
Yes.
I'm glad I could help.
Oh. Cliff, you weren't here, but the 3 main spells I had to convince, quote unquote, Desmond to spill his guts were Command, Hold Person, and Zone of Truth. He was
You're
not
staying
lying
in this,
about this.
You're staying in this truth circle and you're going to talk.
Mm-hmm.
This modem is going in the trash.
Yeah, it's so weird that it's like a regular thing now. Does it do it like all the time?
No,
Only during the stream.
I will use it for work all week. I will play games in the evening with you guys all week. We get to stream night.
I wonder if you guys have like some sort of a firmware update that like goes off during this time. That would be really stupid for it to be it during any prime time hour because they usually do it at like 4 a.m. But like,
Right.
So, who do you have?
Wide open West.
Oh, yeah. I saw them a while ago.
Are you using are you renting a modem from them or using your own?
Renting from them.
Oh yeah, I'd had them replace that shit.
Yeah. That is happening. It did good like last week. Oh no, not last week.
Yeah,
last time we played, there was
Yeah, I did great when we were playing.
Yeah.
Week before last session.
No, you guys died in the beginning. You guys went out in the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
No.
I don't think we've had a session since you've been in the new place that you haven't died during it sometime.
Yeah. I'm a custom out and still blame Comcast because, it's me. I have to.
The WoW rep will be like, yeah. Wait, what?
Okay. On our way to Goblin Land.
Yep.
We talked about we're already in Goblin Land.
Gobble wobble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Until the human invaders come
In
with
its
their
grounds,
guns.
what do you mean?
Denied.
I like how you didn't put anybody in a square. That's where I was moving.
I don't even know if this is set up with the grid yet. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I just clicked and dragged. Show your face. Opposite
What do you think we
inspiration for
do?
you two.
Fantasy Grounds will not load.
It says you're connected on this end.
I have a rolling D20 loading screen.
Yeah, you can do that sometimes.
Usually it only does it for like 5 seconds.
Y'all are running out low power mode for the modem right now.
Right?
Fucking bullshit. There it goes.
Hey.
Y'all ever go to take a bite of your food and fucking miss?
Yes. Hey, it's not as bad as when you go to drink something with a straw and you miss and you're like fucking stabbing yourself up the nose. That's always the worst. Did you just look at the pomegranate plum juice and go, ew?
Yes.
You know what I will say? Beet juice is fucking disgusting.
Beets themselves, delicious. Beet juice, nasty.
I don't think I'll ever give beets a try after the beet juice.
I don't feel like they taste much different.
Shit tastes
It tastes
like
like
Beets
earth.
sweet
themselves are
dirt.
usually seasoned.
Not during the salad.
Ugh,
Yeah,
sweet
no.
dirt.
To me, it tastes like a carrot and a potato had a baby.
To me, it tastes like hot dirt, sweet dirt. Like the only thing I can attribute it to is when I was younger at my mom's house. She has a crawl space under her house, and to like run wires and shit, I would have to like go underneath the house to like run the internet wire and everything.
As
And
you were a
in the
small child,
summer,
and so therefore your job.
yeah. Well, and I'm the only one that knew how to do it, so my job. But it would get so hot under there in the summer, and it's so like just dirt, and it would get dry and dusty. Just crawling through there, you would just taste the dirt. That's what a fucking beet tastes like, but sweeter.
Yes.
That's all I can say. It was disgusting.
The fact that I can vividly picture that memory that I've had in that taste.
I'm glad someone could relate, because I was telling Brittany that, and she was just looking at me like I was stupid. Like, you don't know what dirt tastes like? Like, I ain't eat dirt, but I know what dirt tastes like from this. She's like, nah.
Speaking of running wires, finally got Ethernet hanging in through the attic. I found out I don't have insulation above my office or my bedroom at all.
What year was your house built in?
That's real shitty.
70 years ago-ish, I think.
Yeah, sounds about right.
You might want to get some, keep yourself a little warmer.
You might want to check your
cold,
walls.
or
If your
cooler.
house hasn't been redone, you might have newspaper insulation.
This house was a remodel,
Okay, so
but
that's probably fine.
they didn't do any of the wiring, so I doubt they took down the drywall.
Well, I mean, if it's drywall, it's been remodeled. 70 years ago, they were using plasterboard, so you would.
Yeah, might be drywall. I don't know. Not something I really dug into. It was just annoying. Actually, yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, as soon as John gets his ass back in his seat.
Nope. We can keep going.
He's just pouring himself a cup of juice.
Yeah. I mean, so you walk however long you walked away from the place, back to the place. And in the walk back to it, the rain stops. It snows for like 5 minutes. The rain starts again, and by the time you get back there, it's clear.
What do you think? The little girl's wrestling over it like, no, it's my turn. I want to see what I get. And poking it and seeing how the weather changes.
Be funny.
It's fun to imagine.
Roderick's sitting there shivering and wet. Like, yeah, hilarious.
Listen, no one's having an actual good time with the weather. It's just trying to bring a smile out of it.
Meanwhile, Desmond's walking with his gear pristine, but he doesn't want to try to cast anything on anyone to help them out.
What are you casting, witch?
Right.
Fuck you, extra planar, bitch!
Yeah, so you guys arrive back at the cave. What's the game plan?
I'll go.
So,
in.
just so you know, the image is not up for me to look at on the map because it took so long for it to load in for me. It did not gift me with map.
Okay. You can always go into images on the right-hand side and do it, but I can also do this.
Okay. I'm just never sure which image name is the one I should be clicking on, man.
Yeah, I get it. I do the same thing, especially since how like I have tons of maps that we haven't used yet. So like my list is huge of images, and I'm like, what the fuck did I call this one? Especially when I call them like names that I don't want you to know what they are. Like sometimes the
So
names
they
are a
need
little more ambiguous.
things
I'm
like
like,
new image.
no, new image is just a gray map.
Okay.
Should rename down the gray map. My favorite map.
No, because then I'll never fucking find it. New image is right up at the top. Yeah. So as you all arrive back to it, what's the game plan here?
If it's a fight, we try to avoid killing any kids.
We try to avoid killing any because we don't want to leave the kids without parents either.
Yeah. I don't disagree, but same time, I don't want it to
Of course.
be hunted down because we didn't kill them, but we stole one of their prized possessions.
So before we start getting at this, do we want to make our presence known and announce that we'd like to have said duel? Or are we just going to burst in again?
I would say making our intentions known as soon as possible is probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Who can speak the loudest?
Anybody have thaumaturgy?
A what?
Magic stuff. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, I guess Nell will just yell, trying to like see at the collapsed portion itself, where there's like, as you described, you can feel a flow of air coming in. So obviously they'd be able to at least somewhat hear through it. Like, it is I, Nell, the paladin from yesterday. I wish to have a duel with your leader so that we may establish some form of communication and bartering. I don't know. Megan's bad at words. Can we just make this a charisma roll?
About to establish some communication, all right?
Establish these hands.
Right, you speak hands?
Sure. You could give me a, I guess depending on your tone, a persuasion or an intimidation roll.
Persuasion. If I click on the correct box, there we go. Skills. They are skills.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. Could be better, but not bad.
As you yell in, you can sort of hear your voice pick up echo in the cavern. And like nothing immediately happens. Like the door is gonna magically open and they're gonna walk out.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like,
there is no door, so after a bit of silence, Nell will again yell in. Would you like us to come in there, or would you like to come out here?
And again, nothing.
All right, you tried it your way.
She smacks the brim of his hat.
What?
I'm coming in for hopes of peaceful discussion. Nell is going to make their way in and psych themselves up before going in.
Yep.
Time to go
Me
under the
too.
fucking.
Like, I'm coming in. Why's your voice trembling like that?
It's fine until, actually getting to the point where the water gets chest tight, and then it's like, okay, let's do this, getting in.
Are we all following?
Yeah.
Yep.
Same thing as before? Or is someone else? wanna
I'll
hang
lead the
back?
way at the very least, but as for the rest of you, it's up to you.
Following right behind.
Alright. Would you like to go before me, Desmond? Or would you prefer I go after you?
I'll go next.
All right,
Okay.
so we doing Nell, Roderick, Desmond, Thrain.
Yeah.
All right, and are you all just sort of like paddling your way out and then one at a time just diving in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Figure that we know what we're walking into now, at least
Yep.
at the beginning. Or, yeah, the environment we're going into.
Yeah, okay.
The general layout at the very least.
Yeah. So Nell, as you dive down, you shimmy your way back through the opening, and as you get about halfway through it, you see that there is a large rock that is placed on the opening, and you are essentially like trapped underneath, and you have to backpedal, like shimmy your way backwards out of this cave. Can I please have a Constitution save to see how well you manage to maintain composure?
About that.
About as well as you
No.
expect. So you had to squeeze through to get up to it, and as you get to it, you see that there is a rock blocking the path. So your two options are either try to shove this rock out of the way or to shimmy your way back down. But either way, the first thought that hits your mind is, I'm gonna drown.
Back out rapidly.
Okay. For comical purposes, go ahead and give me a dex check.
For comical purposes.
Yeah, so you feel this rock, you feel it doesn't really have much give. Doom sets in, and you immediately just start sort of pushing off the walls and moving your way back down this passageway backwards. Roderick, how long do you wait after Nell goes under before you go under to begin to follow?
He was pretty much right behind them.
Okay. So as Nell's feet go up inside of this hole in the rock, and you start to come through, all of a sudden you see feet kicking, and you see Nell like scooting back down the hole.
Mackerel flopping backward like.
He's just looking in confusion. Then he thinks for a second, like, if Nell is fleeing back this way, looking frightened, he is taking off behind them.
Yeah, Ryder's just shooting shots off at the hole. And then the party collective would see Nell resurface in a state of panic.
They blocked the hole.
Roderick pops up. What the fuck was it? What was it? What was it?
Sorry, I thought I was gonna drown. We're good. We're good. The hole's blocked.
Desmond, like, currently backpedaling. With what?
A giant rock.
Okay.
Thrain just sitting there shaking his head laughing.
No, I won't make fun of you when we find your fear.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing over here at Roderick with his guns out in the water.
Nella's paddling their way back to shore.
Okay. Then we have some explosive barrels somewhere.
No, they're empty.
Ah.
Whoever thinks, if anyone thinks they can lift the barrel, I can make it so you can breathe underwater.
The Rock?
Yes, yeah. The Rock's name is Barrel.
Is it from Barrel's Hope?
I'm so sad that Jay isn't here for that one.
Don't worry, I'll clip it.
I got it. You're good. I got the clip.
If you're unaware, Adam, Beryl is the name of Jay's former character who was a Rockanassi.
Okay. That makes sense now.
Yes. Okie dokie. So going back to the shore where they were able to hear their voice echo off the walls, they're just going to begin speaking again. I've noticed you've blocked the way in. I understand. I was just hoping we could have less of a one-sided conversation. We were employed to come here. And I fear if we come back having not been successful, some less than peaceful people may come in our stead. Please, I just want to negotiate. I don't want any lives lost.
Megan, high or low?
Hi.
You hear this shrill, almost scream-like sound emit from this cave. An unnatural sounding shrill. And it almost shakes the loose rocks on this cavern. And then you hear like movement from the other side, and it just slowly dissipates.
That is Nell looking back and forth at her friends like, And you said it was unnatural sounding?
Mm-hmm. It didn't sound like a person screaming. I'll put it that way.
If you want to save those kids, it sounds like they're in more trouble than they've ever been since we've gotten here.
Yeah. Desmond, you said you could help me breathe underwater?
Whoever's strong enough to move that rock. I'll give you 10 minutes. I can also give you claws. I don't know.
I appreciate the ingenuity.
He just
Give you
holds up
whiskers.
the potion. Yeah.
Or-
You want cat ears?
Meow me.
You can look like a really big goblin person.
Roderick, you said you still had some black powder, right? If we're trying to get in fast, we might want to blast away any form of a hole for us to try to get in with these collapsed rocks.
I don't know if I have enough for that kind of explosion.
Drat! Nell's just thinking rapidly, trying to figure out how the hell to get in here.
Watch your profanity.
Fiddlesticks.
Only way they can think of to get in at this point is the one way they know in and attempting to push their way in.
Would you like me to try?
Perhaps
Either you
both
or
can
I.
try.
What was that, Roger?
It's not really a wide enough gap for two people at once, you know. But we can both try. One at a time. You can go first.
Okay.
I
Go.
Shut up.
and I'll try to
No,
swim
Nell's hero mindset drive has kicked in, and the fear is very much dampened at the moment because save others is much over save self.
Desmond like holds the potion up to drain.
I'll take it. Drink it and just start and go in.
It's alter self.
So that is. Hang on, I had it.
So you basically get to choose, like, you can have, like, aquatic adaptation where, like, you sprout gills and shit so you can breathe underwater. But you could also just change your appearance straight up to another race. But it has to be the same size. Is Thrain considered small?
Medium.
No.
So you could look like a big goblin if you really wanted to do something like that. But
The one goblin.
I'll just
Get them
Easy.
amphibious features.
yeah.
okay.
Just makes himself a little bit more chiseled too. Because why not?
So as Thrain takes this this potion, like it tastes really bitter, like a sour tinge to it. And as it goes down, you feel this cold, almost like the feeling of like when you get medicine injected in the IV, that cold feeling through your veins. Like you almost feel that through your throat, and you feel this strange sensation on your neck. And anybody who's to Thrain's flank at the moment, you would see like underneath the beard these gills sprout and sort of open and close a little bit.
Nope. Mm-mm.
You okay, John?
No, this is Roderick. Like, cannot look at that.
Well, might as well start if I can. And I'll crawl through, have my warhammer in my hand, try to use it as a pokey stick.
Okay. Unfortunately for you, big fella,
Yeah, you could have like shrunken
Yeah,
yourself.
part of
down a
your
little.
alter self probably should have been slightly narrower.
Probably.
Just make
Uh,
yourself slimy.
I'm gonna need that that agility or acrobatics
Dexterity?
save really. Yeah.
Acrobatics or dex?
Just, you can
Doesn't
do
matter.
if either one's better, you could do either one, but
No.
it's the same fucking thing. Okay, you're good. So you shimmy your way through using your warhammer as a pokey stick, and as your warhammer hits this rock, you notice that it's fairly heavy. What's the game plan?
Do I have room to move my arms back and try to, as far as I can, push against the rock? Or am I just kind of stuck and I just gotta push?
It's a very narrow hole. Tell me like what you're thinking, like what you're doing, because you have you obviously have your hands forward if you have a warhammer up there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Am I able to drop my elbows down enough where I say maybe a foot so I can slam the warhammer into it?
So you're gonna try to like.
Yeah.
Sure, you could try that. You're. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll, and we'll say -2. You're not quite at disadvantage, but you are limited.
Athletics -2. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you are pushing it, and like you're not even feeling this thing have any wiggle to it when you're doing this. Like you just don't have enough leverage in this little bit of an area to get much out of it.
Okay. Do I have enough room to where I could get my feet under me and just push by myself with my?
So you're gonna try to like push yourself against the rock, and then
Just try to stand up and do it if I could.
Sure. Give me an athletics at disadvantage, and just do that for now.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh.
So you wedge yourself in this little crevice, push your back against this, and push up, and you feel it start to lift, and you have a split-second decision to make here. It's open enough that you could try to push yourself under, but it's going to close right behind you. Or you're not going to be able to get out of the way fast enough, and it's just going to come right back down.
I want to get out of the water. If I could get up and out of the water, if I could.
So on the inside, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. You wedge it up a little bit. You feel it lift. And as you're trying to get enough leverage to sort of heave-ho this off, you feel your feet slipping on this slick rock that's in there. And you have just enough time that you push yourself under, and you feel the rock fall right behind you back into where it was at. And high or low?
Low.
Very low.
And as you stand up out of this water, because again, once you get inside there out of that initial boot, like it's fairly shallow. As you stand up, you see goblin lining both sides of the shore with weapons drawn on you. And the one that was, well, they all look fairly similar from what your previous exchange was, but one of them standing there says, I tried to protect you But now, Mom and Dad are awake. Thrain, go ahead and roll initiative for me, please.
Damn, it's the best initiative I've ever rolled.
So, I feel like after 30 seconds of no signs of Thrain, there's gonna be he must have cleared the way and attempt to go in, and then panic try to shove it off myself, considering I don't see him now. I guess less of a panic now because I know it's there, and I'm worried about the little girls. Shut the fuck up! Don't you dare sneeze.
Listen. This is my combat sneeze.
That's the screech.
Exactly. All right. Thrain, so you see a small army of goblin, weapons all trained on you. And one of them is talking to you right now. What's your next move?
I'm gonna try to turn around, and I'm not leave. Try to see if I, from the top side, if I can move the rock out of the way. And as I'm doing that, I say, "Who are your parents?"
Give me a perception roll. You have dark vision, don't you?
I do.
Okay, yeah, give me a perception roll. So at this point you do notice that like the fires are relit, and like you can actually see in here. And as you're speaking and turning around, you could see this rock that's in here. It's a large rock on a pulley system, that they have to specifically be able to seal off this hole.
Where does the pulley system lead to?
Pulley system leads off towards your north, towards where the two on the shore are.
North left or north right?
North left.
Okay. There's two north, and like there's two sets of two. Okay.
And as you say, who are your parents? They just sort of look over their shoulder, like looking towards down the cave system slightly, but they don't say anything.
Okay. I'm not going to take a step, but I'm gonna. What happens if I start to take a step in this direction?
Are you going to take a step, or are you not taking a step?
I'm going to turn and start to move as if I'm going to take a step, and I want to watch the reaction of me taking a step.
I mean, they have weapons trained on you. They have like bows trained on you actively. I mean, you get the sense that if you were to walk towards them, they'd probably attack. But you can't be sure unless you try.
Yeah. I already said I was going to try to remove the rock. So I'm going to try to move the rock from in here where not underwater and
Okay.
in its cramped space.
So you're going to like try to like grab the rope of the pulley system, or are you just going to try to... Because to do that, you'd probably have to get past the two people to your north left, to be able to get to the rope that's tied off over there. If you want to be able to like leverage the pulley system so you're not lifting the full weight of the rock, or if you want to try to just brute force it, you could just brute force it. But
I'm gonna try to brute force it.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a athletics roll as your action.
What is up with my rolls today?
They keep going
Gotta change
good
the
and
dice.
rolling back down.
That dice color's clearly broken.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any bonus actions or movement you want to try to do?
Do I have any bonus actions?
I don't know. Do you?
No. Not a single bonus action. All my spells. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna stay right where I'm at.
As you like grab this rock and attempt to move it, you hear a voice yell out in the distance. Daddy, they're trying to let them all in. The invaders are here.
Come to Papa.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, I wasn't supposed to do it that way. What's your AC?
17.
Okay, so any of these numbers plus 4. We got 1, 2, we got a nat 20, 3, 4 of them hit, 4 of them hit, and one of them's a nat 20. So we are gonna go.
Confirm it.
What?
Confirm that nat 20.
Oh yeah, that's true. Gotta confirm it.
And the nat 1.
And confirm the nat 1. Okay.
Damn.
Ooh, damn.
So we got
Did we just lose Sin?
Yeah.
2, 3, and the crit.
Oof.
All right.
So did Rain just die?
No, he's still up.
No, he's still good. Tis but a flesh wound.
Exactly.
And okay. And then you see all these arrows from all angles of you just raining down, and then all of a sudden, right next to you in the water, this javelin just sticks in the water. Back up at the top. And I'm going by your account there now of 30 seconds. So I'm going to say that probably by like round 3 is when you may even be alerted by this, because you got to figure it's 6 seconds in between each.
And I was saying 30 seconds of no sign of Thrain, so like as soon as not see his feet.
Understood. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Unless you want me to wait till round 5.
No.
Okay.
No. I was trying to make sure you understood that it wasn't like 30 seconds from when he exactly walked in there. But
Understood. Yeah. I just want to make sure. So Thrain, so you heard them yell out, the intruders are here, and then all of a sudden, a rain of arrows comes down.
Okay. Then since they're already attacking me, I'm gonna. Whereabouts is? How close am I to the pulley system there? I'm trying to get up to the pulley system.
Yeah, pulley system would be the 1 square diagonal up and left of that.
Okay, and then I would move to that square. Yeah, if I can stand in that square.
Yeah, you can stand in that. So that's 5, 10, 15, 25
get-
feet. Yeah, okay.
Getting out of the water, rough terrain. Yep.
Yep. So 25 feet, which is your full movement, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then what? You're gonna just pull on the pulley system?
I'm trying to pull the pulley system. Try to
All
tie
right,
it
go
off.
ahead and give me athletics again. This one's only a DC 10. I say only, but like, you know.
The dice hate you today. Oh, buddy. Sin, use your inspiration on him or something.
That was my action, wasn't it?
That was your action, yes.
Yep. Okay.
You have a bonus action still. You got like a health potion or something? You can still take the health potion as a bonus action.
Nope.
Okie dokie.
Is there any form of yelling or communication that we might hear that you could do?
I
Not
doubt I
likely.
could yell through water.
Yeah, not likely. If you guys are all in the water, you're probably not hearing shit that's going on over there. All right. We're going to go 2, 3, 4. Add 4 to any of these.
Oh, god damn.
Damn it.
Another 20, Cliff.
I'm sorry. So confirm that crit. There's
Okay,
almost
thank
another
God.
20. That'd have been real bad.
Holy shit, yeah.
All right, so we got
That one little girl's real good with her bow.
1, 2, and crit. All right. So you're pulling on this, you feel it start to lift a little bit, and you just feel the piercing of arrows rain into you, and you feel the burn of the rope in your hand as you slowly lose grip and black out.
Were those all across the water?
Yeah. So like the two on the other side obviously didn't get a chance to do anything, so it was just the ones here, and then the one furthest away from you.
Okay.
And the one next to you, you seen pulling out a scimitar and was getting ready to swing too, but then you blacked out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you have the duck?
I have no idea. It's the fucking Doug theme song stuck in my goddamn head, and I don't know why. All right, so rest of party. As time passes on, you've seen, from you all paddling in the water, you've seen Thrain's little tootsies disappear up into the little cavern, and then about 30 seconds or so goes by, and you don't see any sign one way or the other of like the path being clear or Thrain coming out. Yeah.
Very quickly in I go, using athletics to move that goddamn rock.
Sure. Okay. So you dive underwater, and as you get to the base of the hole and you're looking inside, you don't see Thrain.
But I do see rock.
You do see rock still. So so I guess, what is your initial thought when that happens?
Oh, fuck!
Fair. So you swim up through, and with this burst of adrenaline you have, the rock is there. What is your approach of attack here?
Get the feet on either side of the walls of the little tunnel for grip, and then just hauling it straight up and attempting to toss it a bit.
Okay. Are you trying to leverage yourself against the walls of this little cavern?
Yes, that's what the legs were bracing themselves against.
Sure.
the walls to like use that as something to push off of.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll. So, give you the same choice. As you start pushing it, you feel this rock lifting up, but you know you're not going to be able to heave ho this. You have a chance of either trying to slip in yourself, or this rock is just coming right back down.
Would I be able to let it come right back down and then try again immediately?
Sure, but it's the same roll. So,
Or do I have to dive up out of the water again to take a breath before doing it?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we're saying it's the same roll for it. Like, no. I mean, like the 12 that you had is the same.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
you failed the roll. So like,
Okay.
So like really the only options you see are you let that thing come back down, or you could try to squeeze yourself into it, but like you know you're not going to be able to move this out of the way for any substantial space.
Okay. So I'm going to quickly back out so I can say to the others
Sure.
that come up and like, Thrain's not in the tunnel. He's made his way in, but the rock's still there. I can move it enough to get myself in, but no one else. I can't leave him alone in there. And she's just right back under to go try to shove it out of the way and weasel their way in.
Roderick looks back at Desmond, shrugs, dives under.
Desmond just up
Good luck trying to
himself.
move it yourselves,
Yeah,
friends.
Desmond was like, I can't move that.
So what's Roderick's thoughts here?
He's just following. I'm assuming Nell's going back towards the boulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's got to go and see what he can do to assist if possible.
Okay. So I mean, like I said, we're talking same roll here on this one. So like you're able to lift it just enough you could squeeze through, but like you're not going to be able to. And it's not, passage isn't wide enough for like multiple people to be in there at once. So like, unless Roderick's like actively pushing your feet somehow, there's really not much support. I don't think Roderick would be able to do there, unless you guys get creative.
God damn it. Okay. We will say Roderick is looking for a thick, hefty stick, branch, plank of wood, something that doesn't look like it will snap too easily.
Okay.
And he is going to take that with him under the water.
Sure. I mean, I'll say that like when you dive under, like you notice that at the bottom of this water, there's like some wood that was likely used on the inside of their settlement area. That either fell out when they were bringing it in or whatnot. But you can see there's a nice piece of like, it looks like it's milled wood, like actual lumber, that's just been waterlogged to hell underneath there, but like still intact.
All right, and then he swims up by Nell and like kind of jams it underneath the boulder, and then looks at her and
Sure, I dig it. Nell, go ahead and give me an athletics at advantage. Roderick, go ahead and give me a Constitution save.
We in there, boys.
All right. Yeah. So Roderick jams the rock in between as you start to lift it just a little bit, and has enough leverage inside there that with him pushing down as hard as he can and with you pushing, you manage to lift the rock out of this slot that it's in, and it pushes to the side. Anybody who feels inclined to do so, give me a D10. I'm using the first one that rolls.
Including okay, never mind.
All right. No, that's the best you could roll. It only took about a minute to do this. That was in minutes of how long this endeavor took.
Hell yeah.
All right. So the rock topples to the side. You hear it splash, and you're sort of in just a moment's notice. You push yourself inside the hole. Roderick, are you going back to say anything to Desmond, or are you just right in with Nell?
Right in behind Nell.
Okay. And what are you doing with the 2x4?
New weapon acquired.
He wants to, like, while he has it, with less gravity applied to it because of water and everything, kind of like take one hand behind it and launch it out of the water as kind of a distraction technique.
Like towards Nell?
Not towards Nell, but like in front of Nell, and then like pushing Nell forward as he's drawing his gun.
Okay, sure. Sure. We can roll with that. So rock tips to the side. Roderick launches the wood out of the hole into the cave. Nell, you pop out. Roderick, you pop out.
Initiative.
John, high or low? John, high or low?
Said low.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Sorry. All right.
Damn low.
So, as you both pop out of the water, you can see that there are three goblin immediately in the vicinity who have their weapons trained on this 2x4 as you caught them off guard with it. Give me a perception roll. Boches. You see no sign of Thrain anywhere. Roderick, you do notice that there are a schmeckling of arrows in this area, though.
And blood?
Sure, maybe. It'd be hard to notice blood on, like, the dirt from where you're standing. You would not notice blood because you are a human and you don't have dark vision, and it's very dim in this cave. But you would see the schmeckling of arrows. I stand by that.
Okay.
So, boopsie, boopsie.
Okay.
And again, you see there's three goblins, and their bows are trained on the 2x4 that launched out first, as you sort of caught them off guard by this item flying through.
Okay. I'm guessing, I don't have a combat track.
There's no initiative right now. You two are, we'll call it a surprise round. You do what you want to do. You choose who goes first. You let me know.
Then I'm gonna let Nell first before Roderick does anything.
Okay.
Does Nell see the blood?
No, Nell doesn't even notice the arrows.
Okay.
What was that screech? Are you girls okay? Where's Thrain?
Arrows trained on you. Like the one to your right.
Shield is up, by the way.
What's that?
Shield and stuff is up. Like,
Okay.
they're ready for combat at this point. They are, like, looking for whatever beast is attacking the children in their mind.
Okay, yeah. The one to your right says to you, "We took them to mommy."
All right, take me to mommy too. Let's get this over with. I want to get everyone in get everyone in as safe of a situation as I can as soon as possible.
Give me a persuasion roll. All right. She's like, we were told not to let anybody in, but you haven't done anything to us so far. So, put away your weapons.
Nell's keeping the shield, but her axe will go on her back, and they're looking around and they're like, "What was that sound? I have never heard anything like it. I was afraid you girls were getting hurt."
All the yelling woke up mommy.
Oh. That noise was mommy. Okay.
And they're still looking at Roderick to lower his weapons.
Roderick kind of steps behind Nell as he is putting away his weapons, and he is going to slip them into his sleeves as he's putting his hands up. It's like, can you take us to our friend now?
What is perception? Is wisdom? Oh, you're in for it now, John. You're in for it now. They got a -1 to it, so they had like a 10% chance of that working. Okay, yeah. So as they see you put away your weapons, you see them unnock the arrows, and they.
We do have a fourth friend. Remember that. He will be joining us more than likely.
She looks over to the other two, and she says, bring him in too when he gets here. And they start motioning for you to follow them. And they start walking this way. And they're basically like their posture shows that they have like completely they let their guard down at this point. Like they're not looking at you as a threat. They're just leading you through.
Well, why don't you put them in the grid properly, Cliff?
Because I was illustrating a point, god damn it.
Oh, it's almost like we were too. Oh, Roderick's gone.
So they start walking you through the cave, and as they do, they go to here, and then they walk across this bridge, and then they continue walking through. And as they do, you're noticing as you're walking, like on all sides, lined up over here, and even more lined up on top of here. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. Lined up over here, you see there are just a dozen plus goblin that are all watching you walk through this, and they are all like, as you're moving through, their focus is just trained on you.
Goblins or half goblins?
The same goblinoids.
Okay. The same goblinlings.
Like, please.
So many goblins! Are they all the same age look?
They all look like they're around the same age, but it's really hard to tell like a goblin because goblins reach maturity around like age 10 or
Age
some
16.
shit. Yeah, so like
No, age 8. Age 8 is when they're adults.
Yeah, I would say they reach maturity around 10 or so, and like from 10 to end of life, they look the same. So it's really hard to tell, but they are. You can tell that there's a full batch of youngling in here that are watching you move through. Before we continue with that portion of it, Desmond, after you see Nell and Roderick disappear, how long do you wait before you make your way in?
He wouldn't really wait. If he see them like rushing in, then he would rush in too.
Okay. Then how many feet is that? 50? Okay, yeah, that works perfect actually. Okay. So about the time you pop out of that hole, you would see Nell and Roderick following this goblin across the bridge. And as soon as you surface, you would have 2 arrows trained on you. And essentially, the goblin would say, "The one with the fire hair said to follow us."
Sure.
Fire hair.
"If you have any weapons, put them away."
Foolish children, he is the weapon.
They don't know that. All right. And one of them keeps the arrows trained on you. The other one puts their weapon away and basically like motions you to follow them up this way here.
Desmond's like holding his stomach, and he tells to the goblin, "My bird wants to come out. Is that okay?"
"You brought us food?"
It would be hard to eat this one.
"I don't think that would be smart. If a bird's flying around in here, someone might take a shot at it."
Okay.
And it starts walking this way, assumingly with you in tow.
Yep.
So as you all make your way in, you go into this open cavern, and it opens up to probably about 40, 50 feet tall ceiling heights. And from your view over in this direction here, you can see that they have this area built up like a small encampment. To your left, you see that there's like makeshift walls built, and you see that there's furniture inside there. It looks worn and ragged, but furniture nonetheless. You can see that there is a small pond off in the distance, and there are children swimming in the pond. And you see these beds, and you see that there are some children that are like laying on the bed, like sort of like with their chins in their fists, and they're sort of watching you all just walk through in amazement. And all of this sort of idyllic area here sort of gets shattered as you turn to your right and see up on the platform this giant sort of conglomerate flesh abomination.
Oh no, brood mother!
And it is standing there next to a table, and on the table is Thrain, and surrounding the table are a number of goblin. Some of them look purebred goblin. Some of them look more like the half goblins that you've been seeing. And as you survey this area, you see from the helm of the table someone stand up wearing full Durian Guard armor. And they look to your direction and they say, "You're fools to assault my home."
You're wrong. This was not an assault. We were worried. We heard the screech from within, and we knew the girls were in here. We didn't want them hurt. We weren't sure what it was. We know now that it was, looks at the flesh blob, mother. But we were only here trying to protect the family and looking to communicate about the artifact that we know that you are in possession of.
Give me a persuasion roll, please.
And of course their eyes are desperately flashing around looking for any signs of movement or life on Thrain, kind of panicking right now, trying to like assess everything.
You say this is not an assault, yet you barge into my home unannounced. And you're trying to take something that belongs to us. And then the amalgamation of flesh lets out this screech, and again, it just fills this entire cavern with this sound. And he says, "I know, my dear, but let's hear them out."
Can I please check on my friend first? Can I make sure he's okay?
Your
Can
friend
I
is-
heal him?
Your friend is stable. For now.
Are you aware of where... I'm sorry. I was a bit flustered seeing my friend injured like that. As you can understand, seeing a close comrade injured is not an easy thing. I see you wear the colors of Durian. This is my home city. But I do not believe in their ideals and the ideals of the church. I am not here to eradicate anyone. I know not if you know of the Eclipsean Order. Now pulls out their tabard. We are modern-day peacekeepers since the fall of Dracarius and the king's absence.
That name does not resonate with me. What? What is your purpose with the object that we have?
Our purpose is to return it to the Omni Church in Beryl's Hope. They commissioned us thinking that it was a danger out here. If we come back empty-handed, I fear they may send those who are less willing of peaceful negotiations. I worry for your family.
I worry for anyone else who comes in here.
And that's understandable. Your girls are very strong, and very brave, and very smart. And your home is beautiful. I don't want to take any chances of any of this being taken from you. Is there anything we can do to negotiate? Some form of a trade? Good service otherwise? To get this away, to make sure there's no other intruders coming your way? What can I... Or perhaps I can attempt to give some form of a safeguard around here.
Challenge him to a duel.
Do you actually
If
say
nothing
that?
else,
uh, yes. Shit.
Okay. We will.
Hearing this,
Go ahead.
yeah, Nell, hearing him, would remember the initial request. I know it is common among goblin kind to show respect to those who prove themselves the strongest. I presume you're the strongest here. And if you would like to duel, then we can negotiate further from then we can speak further from there on how to keep this peaceful.
You
Of course,
visibly see his face change when you say this,
Mm-hmm.
and he like pushes the chair away, and you hear it sort of like scrape across the stone. And he says, "You come into my house. You try to barter for something that isn't yours, and then you insult me by spouting traditions of old."
I know not of what you actually are around here.
We are a family.
I can see that. What I meant is, I know not of your traditions.
Of course you don't. You
I
walked
spoke of
into
the
my
old.
house unannounced and uninvited.
I did announce myself this time. The first time we didn't realize what was within the cave.
He grabs this two-handed sword from the table that was lying like parallel with Thorane, and he kind of stabs it into the ground in front of himself, and he puts his hand on the hilt, and he says, "And what does the church need of this item?"
Their fear is that it may end up in the wrong hands. I'm pretty sure they just want to seal it away.
So that gives them right to take what is mine.
No.
But
I
yet, here you are beckoning on their behalf, giving
it
me
may
with a soft ultimatum. Give you the item, or more people will come.
I understand what it's looking like. I do not believe that it's any more theirs than it is yours at this point. After all, before its recent activity, it had been missing for 50 years or so. And so I only was able to give you the information which I had.
Um, he he sort of cocks his head back, and he says something in Goblin. Does anybody speak Goblin?
Never.
Quick, Roderick, rip
Never.
open your shirt. Let me read your chest.
He says something in Goblin, and as he does, you see every goblin in the vicinity jump up, grab weapon, and aim at you. And he says, "I will give you exactly 20 seconds to make your way back out of my house. You tell them that if they send anyone here, that all of my hospitality has been used." And as he says that, the
Our friend on
goblin
the
that was
table is coming with us. Nell is just walking over to Thrain to, like, boop, lay on hands.
yeah. Yeah, so I mean, as you walk by, he doesn't even change posture. He is just his on this sword. And he likes you when you say that he walks by and he nods at his bride, and she She
Right.
wiggles out of your way.
Gross!
And everybody around the table sort of steps away and gives you wide berth. But everybody in this area has weapons trained on you right now.
Yeah, Nell is moving hurriedly, but without showing signs of aggression at this point. Just permit us to leave at this point. She's. I understand you gave a time limit, but he's also just waking up from brink of death. She's trying to get him to come to with a full push through of lay on hands.
Sure. And while this is all happening, what's going on in Desmond's mind, man?
Desmond is holding back the urge to gag, and he is standing as stiff as possible, eyes trained on Nell, just not trying to think.
Okay. Yeah, so you walk over, go ahead and do a lay on hands.
I'm gonna find it. It'll show up in one of these tabs. There she blows. What does it say I do? Yeah, you have pool of healing power. Punish it. Blah blah. 5. You can restore hit points that equal to 5 times your paladin levels. So
You can do 15 points.
yeah, just gonna push 15 points of health straight into Thrain and be like, "We need to go now."
Okay. So Thrain, you are no longer unconscious. So, Thrain, you suddenly open your eyes and you feel like it was a long night of drinking. Like you're not quite sure where you're at. You're laying there looking at this cavern ceiling that's 50 feet above you, and you sort of turn and look and you see Nell there. And as you sort of survey the area, you see this giant flesh abomination. And this thing's about 8 feet tall. And it has these sort of undulating tendrils, eyes and mouths everywhere. And yeah, then you got Nell there
We gotta go now! We're allowed to peacefully leave so long as we do so as quickly as possible, Thrain. Up, up, up. She's helping him up and half carrying him.
Nell, give me a perception roll.
Perception.
As you're close now, looking at this man who's standing there, you can sort of see areas where his flesh is spilling between the pieces of the armor and has mended itself to the armor, like he has become one with this armor set that he is wearing. And you notice that his features are sort of gaunt and ghoulish, and that the humanity that he's projecting, his aesthetics have lost a lot of that.
Yeah, Nell's just let's get out of here. We were given the opportunity to leave peacefully, so we're going to, because it seems like as long as they don't, people don't try to take their weather control thing, we're chill.
Adam, are you talking on mute or just not talking?
It'll take me about a full round to fully start moving on my own without Nell having to drag me.
Sure. And he says something else in Goblin, and as he does, you notice that the people that were around the area where you all were brought in, you see them step aside, and they create an opening for you to move through. And as you start walking down, you hear him say out in common, and you let them know anyone else that sets foot in here, they won't leave.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Out and clear, man. We're leaving. And might I say, what a beautiful bride that you have here.
Roderick, shut up! You come in this man's house and tell him in not so plain words that his wife is ugly after he's barely told us we get to leave in with 20 seconds or we die?
Look, he tried to say it, but he kept trying to hold back vomit. So I don't.
You didn't have to say nothing.
He was helping.
Well, this changes some things.
John!
What?
I fully blame you for the combat that's about to happen.
Look.
You could have kept your damn mouth shut.
Roderick would totally hit that. Yeah.
So as you say that, this towering 8-foot tall mass of flesh topples over, and you see it almost like a snake like slither across the ground, comes up to you, it grabs you by your feet and lifts you up into the air, and then you see it bend it backwards, and you see this orifice open up with these razor sharp teeth, and it like holds your head over it. And you hear the voice just sort of boom out. And now you insult my wife?
Said she was lovely. Does that not translate in common? Like, what is happening here?
My friend is a fool. Please forgive him. As Nell is just like starting now to like not actually grab but hover hand at it, like knowing that they will defend Roderick immediately. They got like a half second before the reaction is to just attack to save Roderick.
He just says, leave. And Roderick, you just feel yourself weightless for a second as you hit the ground.
All right, no compliments. Got it. Jeez.
On the way past, Nell's just gonna smack him on the back of the head.
Yeah. He starts walking.
So as you are all walking through, every goblin in this cave is armed, and they are all watching you all walk by. And you could tell that like they're just waiting for the command to jump into action. And you make it to the water. You start going through the hole. And the last person out, you hear a thud behind you as the rock slides back into place.
Out of water. Okay, back to barrel soap. Yep, let's go. What the fuck was that?
I did not pull out my Warhammer once. The fuck, those arrows hurt and they're good shots. As I go and cast Cure Wounds.
Doesn't look very cureful.
Putting blood back in the body.
Quick blood transfusion.
So, what's messed up is I grabbed these dice and different effects on them. I couldn't see the effect on it. I threw it outside the box. It was a 20.
So rude.
So, Thrain, what happened in there?
I got in. They weren't very talkative. They said they tried to keep us safe, right? And I tried to move the rock. They said the intruders were. I was trying to let you guys in. Then there's a bunch of arrows flying at me.
Okay.
Remind me, how important is getting this stupid thing from them? To
At this point, we're
our
just going to go talk to
overall
the Omni
goal?
Church and tell them it's not happening and don't send anyone else. It's not yours anymore. It's theirs. And as long as no one goes in there, we're chill.
Alright. So he slips the guns out of his sleeves and holsters them. Let's leave.
Desmond, like a few feet behind, in the most respectful way I can think of.
Don't worry, that was fucked up. No, that
How
was
is-
fucked up.
How is this safe?
Roderick pukes.
Oh, fucking!
Are you out of the water yet?
It's still in the water, just turned and just.
Desmond, too.
Desmond's,
Within the mask.
Oh.
he held it in. He rolled high. He held it in.
Sorry, man.
You can
DC
hear
was
him
24.
gagging. You can hear him gagging. He's like,
I've been in enough taverns that doesn't bother me anymore. I'll say, shaking my head, looking at Desmond.
this can't be safe for the people. And Desmond starts walking to the west.
Do you think you can deal with that right now?
He's just muttering to himself as he just walks past, like, what the fuck?
Nell is very clearly deep in thought as they're walking. And we have the sound thing that you do, Desmond. Can you make some form of a warning as people enter that clearing? That just says, no trespassing or something? Or maybe we can make a sign.
Desmond just continuously walking west. It's fine. They can communicate their intentions. And he just keeps walking west.
Yeah, they have no issue communicating those. It might hurt a little bit, but they have no issues.
Well, another job well done. Yeah.
Do we
Go,
have to make the barrels hope?
Yes.
uh,
We would have had to, regardless, to return the item if we had received it. It is only fair to our employer that we at least return back and report.
I say we come up with a story. Because I feel like if we say what we saw in there,
We
It's
don't
just
have to explain that they're goblins.
no. I'm just saying if we explain that, they're liable to send more regardless.
Mhm. This lost object has become the family heirloom of a small, happy family. And they're using it to protect themselves.
Desmond pauses for a second while he's walking, then continues walking.
It's all I can think of as a lie for this.
We don't even have to lie. It's not the Eclipsing Order way, is it?
No, no, it's
To
not.
steal back what someone has claimed to be theirs.
Then why
Now-
did you take their job in the first place?
Because if it was just someone who found it and they were just messing with it. But now it has been claimed. What do? We can't do anything from that.
We certainly don't say that they're a small, happy family. That sounds like an easy target for them to send someone else, some mercs who don't give a damn, and come in and snatch it from them. At least what they think is going to happen.
For sure.
We have a few days to think on what we'll say. As for now, I'm going to find something to carve out some form of a sign. If there's some form of a log or big piece of wood they can find to just carve something that essentially just says no trespassing private property.
I mean, there's a whole wooden cart you could use to break pieces off of and do that with.
Very true. Going to try do that, bust that carriage apart and make a few of them.
Sure.
And then Nella's going to, like, it's going to take them a while for what they're planning to do, and if others help them, others help them. But about 1,000 feet away from the base of the mountain, just periodically around it, just post these signs up.
Is anybody helping them put the signs up?
The venue is continue to move west.
You say Desmond's just continuing to move west? So like if they're staying and putting the
Abandoning?
stuff up, you're just still going?
He's gonna stop after an hour of walking if they stay there.
Okay, so having seen that Desmond is going to keep walking, Nella's going to pause and sprint up to him and be like, please, just wait. I'm just going to do this one quick thing to do some form of a safety measure for others and also for this family. And then we'll leave immediately. Go to where we camped last night. We'll meet you there.
Desmond doesn't
Sound
say
fair?
anything. He doesn't say anything, and he just like drops to his knees where he's standing and just stays there.
Nell goes back to running and making these signs and putting them up everywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're going like 1,000 feet away from it in like a circumference around, probably takes 2-3 hours to put everything up. So we'll say it's probably like early afternoon by the time you're done doing this.
Nell comes back just fucking sweating out of breath. Their hair's everywhere. They're just like splashing this gross ass water on their face because they're dying of heat. And they're like, all right. Let's head back to Barrel's Hope.
All right. What is it? 2 days back?
2 days.
Yeah. If the weather's nice, you can do it in a little bit less than 2 days.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
So you guys march, 8 hours or so. As night starts to fall, set up camp. Is anybody want to do anything specifically during their downtime?
Let's see here. Cliff, what could I do with smithing tools on a small campfire? Because I know I probably couldn't make anything too significant.
I mean, what are you trying to do?
Some type of blade, if I can, if I have time and ability.
You could probably, if you don't have like a, what do smith tools all include? Does that include like a forge type thing that you can use?
Actually, hang on. Do I have smith tools? Never mind. I don't have smith tools. Never mind.
Okay.
Hold on.
What the fuck you got then?
I'm just proficient and I don't have any tools.
How
Apparently,
the fuck you been doing anything without the tools?
I haven't been doing anything. I've been gathering, and only time I've been doing anything was back in Truded.
Okay. So
I don't have
no.
any tools for to give you.
All right, well, guess I'm be going to look for more more.
Yeah, so that's the
If we have
interesting thing,
downtime.
right? You probably can't even use your proficiency in smithing tools to gather anything if you don't have the tools to use them. You have the knowledge, you don't have the tools. So if you want to go forward or do something else, or I mean, if you want to use your knowledge to try to figure things out, sure, we can figure that out. But you can't use your smith tool roll. So figure out something else you're doing and make it make sense.
Okay.
Desmond doing anything?
No.
Nell doing anything?
Nell is deep in thought, kind of staring off into space, just mindlessly plucking at their leer. Hence the performance roll.
Okay.
Doing a lot of thinking right now.
Pretty decent little freestyle you got going on.
Like, what the fuck?
What was the big toothy meaty blob? What the actual fuck?
Roger's like, damn, motherfucker spitting.
He doesn't grow up.
How the hell did that thing make goblins? Was that guy even human anymore?
Roderick doing anything?
He's going to go over to Des and was like, can you help me like work on bullets? I need to think about something other than today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
I won't be doing anything. And just
Staring at the fire.
actually,
Staring at rocks.
hang on. Do I really have nothing? Wait. So apparently I did have a potion of healing. I just looked past it twice. Because I looked the first.
I thought you had one. That's why I suggested it. But I mean, fuck if I know anything.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah.
Desmond, give me a
for the day.
Omni-tool roll.
I'm all flustered. Where the fuck is that?
All right, John, give me a D20. Negative. Oh, and I don't know who all was on when we were talking about this last time, but we kind of ironed out like formal crafting rules. So basically, anytime you're trying to craft anything, 10 material of the same rarity that you're trying to craft, and half as much if it's a higher quality. To make most common things, it's only like 1 success, uncommon 2, rare 4, very rare 8, legendary 16. And your DC checks for at level are 10, or I'm sorry, at level are 12, 15 for above, 2 above would be 20. You can't make anything if it's higher than 2. So like if you're trying to make you couldn't make a very rare at your guys' current level. It's just outside of your scope of capabilities. But you could attempt to make like a rare. It would just be a really difficult roll to do. And then we decided to base it on your player level shows what your at level rarity would be. So levels 1 through 4, your at level is common. As soon as you hit 5, your at level would be uncommon. So that way, like if you're making something that's uncommon and you're level 5, you're rolling flat with it instead of rolling higher then, if that makes sense. But I put the document in there. Feel free to read it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's saved to one of my hot bars on the bottom now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I was dragging it over there too.
It doesn't really speak towards what we're doing with Roderick trying to do it. So, yeah, I don't know yet with that, but we'll wing it. A 6 is definitely not it, though. So we don't have to worry about it this time, but it's not a 6. All right. Thorian, you decide on doing anything?
I'm just gonna relax, nurse
Okay.
my wounds.
Probably a smart thing to do. All right, so you all kind of settle in for the night. Any discussions or anything that you guys are having? You guys kind of just seen some fucked up shit. Anybody want to talk about it? Y'all just looking at each other going,
I think we're all just like for like at least a few hours.
Desmond's like, okay, I may be in the wrong here. Please enlighten me, guide me. Are we letting that thing live? Is that what we want? That lady, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what it is to say yes or no. My body's saying no because it looks very dangerous. But
The only reason I see a fault in extinguishing that life is because he yielded, listened to reason, listened to the commands of the other one. And yes, it had an emotional reaction with Roderick, but it did not kill him. I'd be pretty pissed too if somebody said, "Oh wow, you're real cute, aren't you?" What? I
didn't
know you were
say it like that.
trying. I know you were trying. Please include it. Please improve your deception skills before you start doing that.
So that
See that look?
was a citizen of Amethil that needs to be protected like the rest. Okay.
If she was doing nothing wrong and people came to kill her, yes, I'd stand to defend her. She was merely existing with her family, and somebody went, "Oh, hell no, that thing's ugly. I'm going to kill it."
Now, if it decided to attack something else,
That's
different
just,
story.
yeah, that's just like if there was a human going around killing others. Now we have to stop them. It's
Good thing we don't have that. Whew.
Desmond's gonna like stand up and slowly walk over to his tent. I need to pray.
Praying sounds good. I think
Yeah.
I definitely need to talk with Doriel about this.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that too. Roderick, I know you don't partake in the religions that much. I'm pretty sure we'll all be back here in a little bit, maybe. We might just go to bed after this, though.
Nell's not really leaving from their spot. Their eyes just close and they end up sitting like cross-legged, like almost in a meditative stance, and they're just in their mind praying to Doriel that they have done the right thing, that this was truly the right and just decision to have made.
Thrain will walk away a few trees.
Yeah, Thrain,
Desmond's
go ahead.
praying.
I got it. I'll watch your backs.
Desmond's praying to the fucking Raven Queen, like, kill that thing. Please kill that thing. If you're still out there, if even a fraction of you is out there,
Dear Heavenly Raven Queen, can you kill that fucking shit?
Make it not exist.
yeah, his praying is just pacing. He's walking in circles around his tent. He's just like, please.
Under his breath, like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more of a. I need guidance on what to do here. Like my non-eclipsing order side of me wants to just get rid of it, but I have a code to stand by, ethics to stand by. So I just need guidance from Morden. I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Roderick's gonna be praying to the god of shut eyes.
He's gonna see that in his dreams now. More things for his dreams.
So yeah, so you all have your religious moments independently, and then everybody ends up coming back, getting back into bed. Roderick, you notice on your left ankle where that thing grabbed you that you have like this burn or this rash. And you really didn't pay much attention to it, but like now that you're laying in bed and you're sort of not paying attention to anything else, like you're just trying to go to sleep, like it's really itchy and irritating.
Ow!
Nell is going to make their way over, half asleep. What's the matter?
You got a boo-boo.
The ugly
sorry.
just touched me. Now look.
How dare you call her ugly? She's chuckling when she says that one.
You'll hear a grumble from Thrain. You kind of deserved it.
Yeah.
But of course, they're inspecting his wound. Or rash, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely a rash, and from what it looks like to you, it almost looks like a chemical burn. And you do see that there are some lesions.
All right, so
Remember, he has someone else that can help.
I unfortunately used all my lay on hands today, though it was for a good cause. She just kind of like nods over at the fact that Thrain is alive. But I know it's going to be uncomfortable. If you wait till the morning, I'll be able to cure it. I just need to have a full rest under my belt before I can do anything about this. I don't have the divine strength in me to cure this at the moment.
Didn't you just pray to your god? Doesn't that like give you more hands to lay or something?
You know, that would be nice. I will send a petition to Doriel for that to be the new thing. Unfortunately, it's not. I am given a pool of energy to dip into for the day. And I pushed all of it into Thrain because I didn't know just how far off he was.
Thray, can I have some of Nell's hands back?
What? What? What?
Do you have any cure disease items?
I got cure wounds. Think that'll work?
I don't think it's that kind of wound. I mean, there are some skin lesions, but
I can try no matter regardless.
all right.
Get up. How bad does it hurt?
It's just itchy and gross.
You'll look at the rashy ankle.
All right. Let's cast cure wounds.
Doesn't do anything.
No, do you have anything you can make a salve out of? Maybe mitigate.
I can try that. Nell would like to use this as a moment of downtime. Eventually. I'm sure they'll just, push the air rest until later. Because, whatever. And attempt to make some sort of a salve using their crafting components to either cure this disease or at least an anti-itch balm.
Okay. Do you want to use common or uncommon crafting materials to make your salve?
Well, I'm gonna have to use common because I only have 4 uncommon.
All right, burn 10 of them. Give me a herbalism roll, DC 12. DC 12.
It's a fucking shame.
So you put together a little compound concoction and pack it on Roderick's ankle. And it is kind of soothing.
Is it at least less? Yeah,
less
it's at least
itchy.
less itchy.
Uh-huh.
But because that's a fail, it only uses half, and I can have half of those components back, or
Nope.
nope. Okay.
So you burn 10 to do it, and then any additional roll thereafter, you lose half if you fail. You don't lose any if you succeed.
Got it.
Because I think it was discussed, like, say, for instance, I'm making a knife, and it takes 2 days or 2 steps. I'd have to spend more material to fix a mistake.
Okay. Got it. So I failed at the cure it part, but the anti-itch balm, at least it's not as bad.
I should have something that might work in the morning. If that
Oh, I'll
doesn't
definitely be able
fully
to
do it.
fix it in the morning. If this doesn't do the trick, I'll be refreshed and re-blessed, so to say.
Yeah.
I could see Paladin saying dumb shit like that. Oh, I'm refreshed and re-blessed. Everyone's like, shut the
Listen,
fuck up.
I have to make dumb jokes.
I could legitimately see a Paladin saying some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be all
That's why
up
I
and
did
chipper.
it. You just heard Paladin say it.
Be all up and chipper, fucking doing naked push-ups.
I gotta
Who would
reset
do
my
that?
video real quick. I'll be right back.
What?
What a bitch. Who invited
What'd he
him?
what'd
He
he
said
say?
he's gonna reset his video real quick. Something's probably being funky.
I did do that earlier too.
I really should have had Sanctuary prepared going into that.
Well, we learned something today.
I'm betting y'all learned a few things.
Yeah, I learned a few things like I am not flesh mound sexual.
Desmond don't know what the fuck he's learning at the moment. Poor guy's confused.
Traumatized?
Might be flesh mound sexual. I'm disgusted. Yet strangely
Where does he even put his dick in that?
Wherever he
dangling,
wants.
dangling
say, yeah,
Roderick,
wherever you
Desmond
want.
giving him a thumbs up.
Question isn't where do you, it's where don't you.
No.
Trust me, it's better down where it's wet.
Oh.
And it's all wet.
Mhm.
Oh God, you didn't say it was slimy.
Oh yeah, I thought that went without saying.
No, I took it as like a literal like human flesh mound, so I was like,
so I
they
was
probably
gonna
don't.
say it actually just feels
No.
like balmy skin. Like a sweaty handshake is what it feels like in its entirety.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I imagined it ball sack texture.
Yeah, but like after a workout.
I've never felt one directly after a workout, I gotta say.
Well, you have opportunities. If you want to understand more what I mean, feel free to explore them.
John, get over here.
Immediately after the gym, just get a little sticky handful and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, yep, I hate this. And then that's what Roderick felt all over their ankle.
And it gave him jockey.
Nut sacks all over your ankle. You're welcome. Okay, yeah. So y'all go to sleep. I'll be nice. I'll give you a long rest.
Yay.
Thrain didn't die. Just thought about it.
Yeah, I could see why he would make that.
These motherfuckers.
First thing that Nell does after waking up and doing a couple brief stretches is walk over to Roderick and start inspecting his ankle to see
Before he's
if
awake.
it helped any.
So as you like kind of
Be gentle.
as you peel the balm away, which is sort of crusted over a little bit and encased it, you see that these legions have grown pustules, and it's like it's oozing and infected looking.
Oh boy. With a deep
Alright.
breath and a quiet prayer to Doriel, and their hands on either side of his ankle, they're going to expend five of their lay on hands points from my pool to cure the disease.
You do that, and you notice nothing happens.
Oh fuck.
Desmond, will you be able to clean my hands after this?
Sure. What's going on?
I'm gonna touch it. I just don't want it left on my hands.
Touch what? And
His ankle.
Desmond goes and sees what everyone's doing. You hear Desmond's like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, yeah.
How did this? Are you just noticing this?
No, last night, and everybody's gods couldn't do shit. So, you got any chemicals that are like?
Let me try this first, and I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration.
As you cast that, Roderick, you feel this sort of like pinch in it for a second, and then all of a sudden there's relief, and everybody who's watching this happen that isn't Roderick, you would see like out of the wound this sort of blob comes out that's similar color to the creature that was holding him, and it just sort of hits the ground in like a puddle.
I'll put my hand out.
There is no Constitution saving throw for that one.
Desmond.
Desmond will cleanse this hand.
Yeah, no, there is no Constitution saving throw for this vomit. Because Megan grossed themselves out real good, because I just imagined like it all just like leaking out of the pustules and then dripping down off of his ankle, and I was like real good imagery wise in my head, and I was like, oh god.
That's exactly how I imagined it too, so perfect. Alright, so Mel throws up.
Desmond takes like a step back.
How does it look?
I don't know if I made this clear upon introductions or any time more afterwards, but I have been trained to cure diseases and infections and whatever the fuck that is. You realize that you guys need to tell me this as soon as you know about it.
Honestly, after you gave your true identity, I assumed that the whole thing was a facade.
Yeah, same.
No, I was trained under the plague doctors in pull up map in Niratima. I am in the
For
special...
a couple months? For like 2 months before you got here, you said you've only been on this plane for 5 months. You've been with us for 3.
And I was able to be put into a special forces from that institution and be sent on my own to Amethil.
Damn, smart ass kid.
I don't know what's going on in the world, but I know what I read from books, and you can learn a lot from medicine from books.
Oh, I know. I just never read about that before. And usually praying to Doriel and extending his divine will from my hands cures things. It didn't.
How does the ankle look now? Is it just back to normal?
No, I mean it's still red, it's still raw, but like the pustules have burst and like it healed over. It looks like, but he still does have like that light rash, like the chemical burn on the ankle. But
Desmond's gonna go and start tending to that.
but Roderick, I would say that like immediately it feels better, like after the Lesser Restoration hits it.
Thanks, Thrain. Tell your god thanks, and I'm not looking at it.
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Well, that answers the question of how does it look.
After you walk away from this area, you can look. Just don't look down at this area.
Yeah, you know what? I'll pass.
Desmond will like cleanse your foot, wash it off, wrap it up and like wrap it with cool bandages. But no swelling or no irritation or anything should be left over after that.
Deep tissue massage, petty. Got one foot feeling real nice.
Other one's dry as shit.
Roderick's like, no, that one's not hurt. Get out of here.
She does this one too.
Then Desmond pulls out his alchemy jug and swishes it around a little bit and starts to drink out of it and hands it over to Roderick.
What's in this one?
Beer.
Mayonnaise.
4 gallons worth to be exact.
Yep. Down his
Mayonnaise.
Hellman's created beer.
That's kind of a
Desmond will drink,
tingy aftertaste.
constantly drinking that and offering it to anyone else that wants any.
I'll take a nice long drink of it.
You know what? Try again next time we lay down for a long rest. I just... Not right now.
Desmond will finish off Nell's portion.
1 gallon each.
Right. A lot. Be
Trashed.
I mean,
After a gallon.
let's say if you're trying to actually drink like 4 gallons of beer or even like
no, it'll be
portion of
a gallon per person, but Desmond will fucking go overboard.
bro, okay, if
You
you
do it at disadvantage, I
Seriously?
can do disadvantage.
You're gonna die.
if you drank 2 gallons of beer,
Your stomach would pop.
hold on, we'll do the math here.
How seasoned are Shadow
12
Kai at
ounce.
drinking?
Isn't it 64 ounce? No, 128.
128 ounces. So you got to figure that would be like drinking 3 40s for just a single gallon. So you're drinking
The average-
6 40s.
The average stomach can hold 4 liters of water. Or of liquid, rather.
Well, he's not downing it, so
But-
the volume
not
of it I'm
like
not really concerned with. It's more of
Squeezing it
the alcohol
last drop
content.
all at once.
That's about 21 beers.
Yeah, so I would say your DC for functionality would probably be in the realm of like 25.
So I was close.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you actually drink, so if you guys are packing up, start walking, you're drinking the whole time you're walking, by the time you don't finish 2 gallons before you are fucked up.
You physically cannot.
Yeah. Like if someone's not helping you walk, you're probably not even walking right now.
Yeah. Nels at this point, like, got one of his arms over him. Okay, come on, Your Majesty, let's go.
You know I'm a prince, right?
I imagine Desmond still has the fucking mask on, but it's just
mask
got the
is
face panel that he has open, just like it's just like hinged and just like swinging, and he's like, and another thing, if I see one of those things again, don't judge me if I jump first and ask questions later.
You know I love
At
you
that
guys, right? I don't say that very often, but I love you.
At that point, I'll take it away and I'll just start drinking out of it. 'Cause, you know, why not?
That's right. Why not? Why the fuck not?
What's the fucking point of any of this shit anyways?
All right, I guess I probably should.
Okay,
but-
we've made our jokes, but Sin, what is he doing and saying? Train's trash too.
Now they're both fucked up.
I'm not drinking as much, but
See,
I
The
don't know.
DC
He made a con save either way. It doesn't matter how much you drank. He just
The
drank.
DC
He just
for a
outdrank you.
dwarf?
You're a dwarf.
But I say the DC for a dwarf is lower regardless, because dwarves have, in my mind, it is absolutely like canon. The dwarves just have higher alcohol tolerance than basically every other race. So like the DC would be different. 7 is still a fail, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I would say like for a gallon, if you're still trying to be functional, probably like 17.
Okay.
But that's just functional. Like that's not saying you're sober. You're you're
Yeah.
fucked up, but
Yeah.
you're
I'm able to walk. Ish.
Singing the songs of your people while swaying side to side through the forest.
yeah.
I'll Brain will start going into his family backstory.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, well, now's a good time as any for us to just chat while we're walking. Three,
Yeah.
you wanna tell us about your family that you mentioned previously? And she's just gonna like take the thing from Desmond. I imagine drunk Desmond like, no. She's just gonna like tap it and shake it. Now it's just water.
Takes it, doesn't like drink up. I can make more of that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And Nell's just gonna cheers it and then be drinking water and pass it on to him. And be like, oh, this stuff's strong. Tricking the trash man into thinking the water is booze. I've done it before.
Yeah.
I haven't done it before.
So, let's see. How much you want to know?
Well, you mentioned that you didn't really have much for family left. What happened?
Yeah. All I got left is my father and my sister.
How
You
many were you
know.
before that?
Don't even know. Dwarvish families are huge.
Tell your mom to close her damn legs! Oh, wait, they've been permanently closed.
Damn.
I'm so sorry.
That was like what I did. Don't even seem that bad now.
No, that was Megan. That was not Nell.
Random an illness, multiple illnesses ran rampant through our village up in Numpton. And it all but took out a third of my family. And from there, various other factions, while we were weak, took out everybody else. But it was never all at once. And it was always different ways. So, and I wasn't old enough to be able to do anything about it. I was always told, run, hide. And I probably did the worst things. I watched it all happen. Watched my mother die. My brothers. Cousins, everybody. Whether it be from
I'm
sickness.
so sorry, Thrain.
That's why I vowed to try to prevent as many unnatural, untimely deaths as possible. There's not enough people, not enough time in a life as it is for people to be getting killed for no reason. So it definitely doesn't help. That's where, hang on, brain loading. The adventurers are from. Adventurers from, yeah. Where all it is about fighting for the strongest to be a winner. My family was weak at the time. So
Was it the Adventurers Guild themselves that took out your family?
no. Just different factions up there.
Mhm.
Different ideals than our family. They just didn't care. So when you attack my family, just don't. And the reason I've been back in so long is because I'm afraid what I'll do if I see any of them.
I'm proud to be your new sibling, be it sibling at arms or sibling in your found family.
Thank you.
Hey, if you want revenge, you know I got you.
Yeah. I deep down I want it, but I don't have the will to go against. I don't have the willpower to go against preventing myself from doing, or from preventing myself from doing it against my ethics that I try to hold myself to.
And that's what makes you better than them. That even though they've wronged you so, you do not wish to cause harm.
Oh, I very much do wish to cause them harm.
Okay, you will not cause harm.
Probably.
If I see them, I don't know if I will be able to control myself.
Sips water.
And for DM clarity, you were saying that it's the adventurers of Amethil, like that group that did it, right?
No,
It was the Adventurers League?
no. The Avengers from Amazon didn't do it, but that being up there is what gave people reason to do it because everybody was always fighting for power. The stronger, the better. That makes sense.
Understood. Just wanted to make sure I was understanding clearly. Thank you.
No, the Avengers never of Amazon didn't do it, but in a way they did.
Right, their philosophy is what enabled people to act such way.
Yep.
Got it. All right. Well, due to Drunken Drunker, it takes a little bit longer to get back, so this make quite as far of progress in this day.
Nell and Roderick are just playing babysitter. Go, oh, no, this way. Here, why don't we have some more water? Got some bread in our rations. That should soak some up.
So camp out for the night, and then start back up again. And then on day 3, you would all make it to Barrel's Hope again.
Would lesser restoration remove drunkenness?
Technically,
Because
yes.
Okay.
5
okay.
points of lay on hands does,
Yep.
as it is technically a poisoning.
Yep.
Okay.
Nell could have technically gone, boop, boop, you're both sober. But they both seemed like they needed it.
Also, that's just asking people to drink more.
That's fucking rude, right?
Like, exactly. You don't force that out of me
It would
like
be
that.
like,
You gotta
it'd
wait
be
till they're
more
hugging
like
the toilet
when they
and
wake
then
up
saying
hungover.
yes.
Yeah.
When they wake up hungover, or they're, oh, I'm never drinking again. Do you want me to make it go away? Yes. Boop.
Roderick can do that too, but only once.
Problem solved.
You want to make it go away? Bam.
Sober now.
Forever
wounds.
sober.
What headache?
Cure ailments.
You know, you can't have a headache if you don't have anything inside your head.
It's true.
Or if you don't have a head.
So my stepdad used to say, how can you have a brain freeze if you don't got no brain?
You put a brain?
He was so kind to me.
So as you all make it back into Barrel's Hope, what's the game plan? Are you guys going to your room, crashing out, or are you just going to go straight and talk to...
Let's...
Lord, what is that? How you pronounce that? Baldrain?
Tickle feet. I don't know.
Lord Thaldarin.
Yes. I had to go into my NPC list.
Would we like to speak to Lord Thaldrin now? Or do we want to take a minute to get our story straight? What
How
are we
do you
gonna
feel
What are
about
we going to say?
telling the story? Or would you prefer I do it?
Did he cut out for anyone else or just me?
Just you.
Just you.
How do you feel about
Okay.
doing the story?
I didn't get anything you said, Adam.
I figured. How do you feel about doing the story? Or would you prefer I do it?
I say let Desmond do it.
Send every motherfucker you got over there and bomb that place.
I mean, it's more of coming up with the right way to say it in manners that aren't going to make them feel like they should hostilely go over there.
We say we for sure say now that how we don't go stealing from people because it's been gone for so long. They found it. They didn't know about it. So it's theirs now.
I suppose all we can do is, when it's something like this, ensure that it has not been put into the wrong hands. Like, you know, if an evildoer's out there like, I'm going to use this thing to do lightning bolts on this town until they give me all of their gold. That's different. But there really isn't any settlements in that portion of the Towering Wilds anyways. Just their own.
Seems they're breeding an invading army of their own anyway.
Just the family.
Don't word it like that, right? It didn't seem like they wanted to have anything but to be left alone.
They don't seem like they're going to be coming out of there anytime soon either.
It was
Because
pretty ingenuitive smart of them to build that pulley system door within less than 24 hours.
did we just miss it the first time we went in there?
No, because they would have dropped that on us before we went in, considering they knew we were coming enough to turn off all the lights. You'd think they'd have blocked that way in.
Maybe.
Don't drop your wrench.
It's on a highlighter. Don't worry. But you can't see the highlighter.
My toy that I've dropped already twice is a little rock sphere.
I don't know. I don't know how we would explain it without driving them to go get it out of anger.
That thing we said we were going to get. Yeah, they threatened us and they're stronger, so it's theirs now. We're not stealing it from them.
Yeah. We don't. Yeah. They claimed it was theirs and that they found it. And we're not in the business of stealing from people. Yeah.
We can start with that, and if he gets more, doesn't take it well, then we'll work from there.
Yes, my lord. They invoke the rule of finders keepers.
I mean, 50 years is, I'm sorry, kind of lost it.
Yeah, it's long gone at that point.
All right.
I'm going to stay in the room while you all talk to him.
Like at the inn?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, do you want to go? I still don't want to split us up too much.
No, I'll definitely be going.
Oh, and say, because someone should stay back. I don't want to be split off.
I'll go with Desmond.
We're
That's
at
fine.
an inn in an Omni Church.
You're in a room that's attached to the Omni Church.
Yeah, we're in an Omni Church.
Yeah, you guys are gonna like go from the bedroom to the living room, pretty much.
Well, it's two separate entities technically. You got to walk around to get inside the church proper, but it's attached to the building.
We're in a massive temple.
Mhm.
We'll be in the same
I-
building.
I don't know. Just one of those feelings. Last place that was attacked multiple times were both churches.
Ah, I understand.
If it's going to happen, I'd rather not be one person alone.
Roderick, if you could please.
Yep, I'm already on it.
Thank you.
Let us go.
Let us.
All right. So you all split up. Desmond, Roderick staying in the cabins, and Nell and Thrain moving inside the Omni Church to meet up with Lord Thaldrian. And as you walk in and he notices, he sort of rushes up and he's like, "Well, did you all have any luck finding it?"
Yes, we found it.
Oh, beautiful. I made preparations for the exhibit so we can get it back inside there, and
We do not have it. This item has been with the family that has it for many years. It has been missing for much longer than they've had it. At this point, it's theirs.
that's absurd. You you've seen the blueprints. It's very clearly a item of this church. If someone
And you
broke
lost
into
it
your
50
house
years
and
ago.
it was stolen from here 50 years ago, and now
Mhm.
that we have a lead on it, it is no less ours now than it was then.
And it's also no less theirs, as they are
I
not the ones
I
who
would
stole it.
I would argue indubitably it is much less theirs. If someone stole something of your own creation that you had the proof that you created, would you argue that that person that has it is now the owner? They are the possessor, I will give you that, but they are not the owner. That is property of Chaplain and of this church.
And you are not chaplain.
No, but I am, by extent, this church. If you do not wish to do this, that is absolutely fine, and I understand your stance on this.
We are no thieves. And they understand that through its creation, this is an item of chaplains, and that you wish to have an exhibit of it.
Yes.
But in the eyes of the people who have it now, it is theirs, and it has been theirs. And it would be theft to take it from them.
I cannot say I follow your logic on this. You all knew upon taking this mission that it had been stolen and it was being possessed by someone else. Nothing has changed. Um, this is fine. I obviously cannot give you the full reward for this, but I will pay you for your time nonetheless. I hope that 10 gold apiece fares well with you.
Thank you. And what might I do to encourage you not to go after it?
I already hired you to do that.
What was that?
I already hired you to do that.
No, I'm saying for you to not hire any additional, for you to drop this cause. As they also said they would be far less kind to further individuals who may be looking to steal from them. And it's not very becoming of a church to go and start a fight, to start a war. Well, not a war, but
I appreciate your input on this, and I agree. I would never send someone to purposefully do harm. But in that same token, this is an object of great importance. It's something, one of the last things that Chaplin was able to do before he disappeared.
before they were all lost.
This would mean a
So-
lot, and knowing that it's there and knowing that it's just outside of our reach. There are several implications.
What are those implications?
The implications are I'm willing to make sure that this item makes it back here. I would hope that the individuals who retrieve it would implore enough decorum to not make it break out into a fight or into a war, as you said. But I also make sure the people that are being sent are capable of defending themselves if it does break into violence.
Anyone you send, it will turn into violence.
They assured us of that much. They didn't tell us much other than it's been in their family.
Well, I see you all made it out unscathed. That means that there is hope for someone else to do the same.
Unscathed isn't fully true.
Did something happen to the other two?
No.
Oh no, they're back in the room.
Good.
But
Glad to hear that.
Thrain here took a few arrows.
More than a
Before
few.
you go. Those little girls have a good shot, huh?
Fucking shit.
Oh, language in the temple. What do you...
My apologies. It's next time you succumb to your wounds, or didn't just about succumb to your wounds.
And I will keep the thoughts of the Omni with me.
You do that.
And I'm sorry, did you say the little girls?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's become a family heirloom. And even their daughters were willing to take up arms. And they're really good with short bows. I will certainly say that.
Fascinating. Well, this has given me more to consider. I don't
Just
want...
leave the family of Woodsman alone. They've got a lot of problems. Not a lot of problems. Just leave the family of Woodsman alone. They will cause no harm to others so long as no harm is brought to them. And no one trespasses.
Give me a persuasion and a deception, and I'm using the lowest of the two.
It's a good thing I'm proficient in both of those.
Why do you think
Oh
I'm letting
wait,
you do most of the talking?
not deception, I lied. Intimidation's the other one I'm good at.
You could try to intimidate him.
I'm so glad Desmond stayed back.
Swazian. I'd like to use the bigger of the two.
Denied. He sort of raises an eyebrow at you as you're talking about the Woodsman. He says, well, I certainly wouldn't want any harm coming to the family. So I will see if I can come up with a way in which we can avoid violence. I will pray on it.
Does he sound like he's, telling the truth, or is he just want his artifact back?
And then give me an insight check.
Sounds like an insight roll. Thank God we got a Thrain.
He seems genuinely like contemplative of what he's saying. Like he's not malicious in his intent. You definitely can tell he wants his item back, but he also doesn't actively want anybody to get harmed.
Okay.
Now, what he does with his own thoughts or his own
Yeah.
ignorances are two different things. But like, he definitely has good intent in mind.
Hey, you know, we did our part. We warned, don't go. People are going to get hurt. It's a family. Don't trespass. They said they'll harm the next trespassers for Rizzles. How is it not theirs? Anyways.
Yep.
Good luck to the next people if they end up happening.
All right.
Okay.
So he is going to give you 40 gold, which I will distribute to everybody right now.
Desmond's not
Woo.
taking his.
Okay. Well, you can go ahead and give it to who you want to because this splits it evenly and it's way easier for me to do it this way. Boop.
It's too damn bad.
No, and Desmond,
Take
you got his
this gold.
puzzle cube.
Yeah, Desmond will like leave his gold on the table, and if anyone else wants to grab it, they can grab it.
Taking it.
Wait for it.
All right, subtract 10 from yours, Desmond, and add 10 to yours, Roderick.
All right.
All right. And as you all unhitch your horses and begin to move out to the next adventure, we'll call that a night right there. But I will say that everybody has made it to level 4.
Woohoo!
Okay.
So, do you guys want to do the level right now, or do you need to ponder on what your choices are going to be for level 4?
I think I know.
I know what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing. I just gotta remember what I was doing.
Yep.
That makes
Already
sense,
know.
right?
All right. No, what you
You
doing?
knew what you were doing. Increasing my charisma by 2
Okay.
and remaining a paladin.
Level up paladin. You said charisma by 2.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Charisma.
What's it?
And then you got spells and shit you got to do too, it looks like.
I don't think my charisma went up. Didn't that just go down?
What?
I
haven't made any changes to your charisma yet.
Oh, okay. I just looked at it, I'm like, 15's not right. Okay.
15 is what it is right now. It'll be at 17.
Yes.
Okay. But you have spells, right?
Fuck if I remember.
Yeah, I think you get like 2
I can
new
definitely
spells.
go pick those out.
I'm just gonna commit it, and
I
then
get
you
2
can
new spells.
figure that out. I don't know if you do or not. Check the final numbers on there, but I'll do this piece for you. There you go. And now I gotta make a note to myself to update the stream graphics. Okay. Desmond.
Taking another level in Artificer.
You want feat or ability score?
Feet, Magic Initiate.
Okie dokie. Maybe. Oh, he didn't like that. Apparently, you have to type it with correct spelling for it to work.
Sounds
you were
dumb, but
curious.
okay.
I know.
Oh, what was it? Hang on.
Feats are slow as fuck to load. God damn. It's like every letter I type, it's like pause. I'm just gonna scroll down and do it manually.
It doesn't
Okay.
even have anything in the spells thing for me right now. It's completely blank. When I pulled up the spells like log right now, it's showing me no spells.
Do you have anything typed in the search bar at the bottom? Or anything selected
No.
for like the drop downs?
No.
Okay.
Just all is selected and it's blank.
Okay. Roderick, what you doing?
The piercer feat
Okay, so you're
with
leveling up.
the stat bonus going to Dex.
Didn't you just hear me say I gotta do all of these feats one at a time and you're gonna make me do another feat? That's really it's really mean of you.
Yep.
It doesn't even give you an option to increase it automatically, so I'll have to manually do that. You're going into, you said Dex?
Yep.
So Dex will be 19 then?
Uh-huh.
Okie dokie. And Thrain.
Take a defeat.
Okay.
Shadow touched.
Ooh, fun.
And I'm gonna
Look for these
increase my wisdom.
things to...
Shadow Touch has choices.
Yeah, I increase my wisdom, and then I can just do the spells later.
Okay. Boop. You said you're doing what? Wisdom?
It's 1 wisdom with the shadow touched.
Did it do it automatically? It does not look like it did. Okay. Cool, cool. Figure out what spells you want to do on your own time, and then we'll do that start next week. And
Already did it.
damn.
So
That's
proud
not
of you,
what I
buddy.
said to do.
Use my
You're
inspiration
fired.
and do it again.
Damn. All right, we gotta rate out somebody. Who we gonna rate out to? Doesn't matter. They're gonna fucking quit as soon as we get there, anyways.
Spells.
We'll do 20 sides to every story again because they're the first ones I've seen. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week for episode 12, and we'll figure out what happens next on this leg of the adventure. So that's all I got. Bye.
Frantic. Oh yeah, sure.
I'll be back.